Security failures. Indeed, the worst security failure for the Secret Service since 1981, since the attempted assassination of President Trump. It is incumbent upon this committee to determine why those security failures happened. Just after the shooting, the Secret Service put out an official statement from your spokesperson that says there's an untrue assertion that a member of the former president's team requested additional security resources, that those were rebuffed. This is absolutely false. In fact, we added protective resources and technology and capabilities as part of the increased campaign travel tech. Was this tweet accurate?
With respect to Palmer, Pennsylvania, it is accurate.
When assets were unavailable and not able to be filled, and those gaps were staffed with state and local law enforcement tactical assets.
So I'm reading from the Washington Post, July 20th, 2024. Secret Service said to have denied requests for more security at Trump events. The opening paragraph, top officials of the U.S. Secret Service repeatedly denied requests for additional resources and personnel sought by Donald Trump's security detail in the 2 years leading up to his attempted assassination, according to 4 people familiar with the requests. Is that right, that repeatedly the Trump detail asked for more resources and repeatedly Secret Service leadership turned that down?
That is not accurate, Senator. Assets are requested. There's a process that is made. And
how many requests did the Trump team or the Trump detail ask for?
I can get you that number in a queue.
You don't know now.
So I can speak to the ones that were reported in the Washington Post, and we can go through them if you like.
But you don't know how many requests there were.
In general, how many requests since 2021 that the former Trump detail has made a request for assets?
You've had 2 weeks. You had a spokesperson put something out that is false on its face. By the way, did you approve this statement when it went out?
I don't know if I did or didn't, Senator.
Has this spokesperson, is he still employed? Does he still have a job?
He is still employed, Senator.
So he lied on behalf of the Secret Service. He still has a job. Did your predecessor, the former director, does she approve this statement?
Senator, our comms team, they send out statements, they do deconflict them, and they put them out.
Did she approve this statement?
I don't know if she did or did not, Senator.
And you don't know if you did either?
I don't recall approving it, Senator.
Will you commit to provide this committee in writing every written request for additional resources from the Trump campaign or the Trump detail and every response from Secret Service?
Senator, I will commit to providing responses and getting you the information that you are seeking.
Let me ask you something. And who makes the decision to deny those requests? Did you make that decision?
Which requests? Are you talking about the ones that were in the Washington Post?
Yes.
So the process, sir, is that a detail will make a request for either staffing, technical assets, that is handled between the field office and the detail. It goes up to a logistics office between our
Okay, so there's a bureaucracy. Is there a decision maker?
It's not a bureaucracy, Senator.
Give me the
it's a
person
process.
that's a decision maker. Is there one?
Senator, it's a conversation. It's not just an absolute yay or nay.
So let me tell you what I believe. I believe that the Secret Service leadership made a political decision to deny these requests. And I think the Biden administration has been suffused with partisan politics. Did the same person who denied the request for additional security to President Trump also repeatedly deny the request for security to Robert F. Kennedy Jr., whose father was murdered by an assassin and whose uncle was murdered by an assassin? Did the same person make that decision?
Senator, what I will tell you is that Secret Service agents are not political.
Okay, you're not answering my question. But you know what? Leadership appointed by the president, leadership appointed by the president is political. I have a simple question, yes or no. Did the same person deny the Trump request that also denied the RFK request? That's a yes or no question.
Senator, that is not a yes or no question. One, there's a process for candidate nominee to receive protection.
Is there, does the buck stop anywhere? Does the buck stop anywhere?
Bipartisan process that the Hill
participates. It's a bicameral, bipartisan process. What cameral?
For a candidate,
you are not a Congress. You don't have a cameral.
Mr. Kennedy submitted a request that was referred over to the CPAC.
Okay, you're refusing to answer the question. Let me ask, because the failures on that day were catastrophic. By the way, is it true that on the day of the Butler event that Secret Service transferred agent from President Trump to the First Lady?
No, sir, that's not true.
That's been widely reported.
It's not true. There was one airport agent that actually went on the manpower request for the Trump detail. They handled the arrival at the airport.
What
for
is the
First Lady
what was the
and
relative size of the Trump detail compared to the detail that is assigned to the President or the First Lady?
Senator, the former president travels with a full shift, just like the president.
What's so the exact same size? Is that your testimony that President Trump had the same size detail that President Biden has?
On the day of in Butler, the agents surrounding him, it is the same number of agents surrounding the president today. There is a difference between a sitting president who also not only
Hold on, you're using president in a way that is not clear. Is it your testimony that in Butler, Pennsylvania, Donald Trump had the same number of agents protecting him that Joe Biden has at a comparable event?
I'm telling you the shift, the close protection shift surrounding.
That's
That's
yes
what you
or no.
asked me, Senator, and I'm trying to answer it.
You are not answering it. Is it the same number of agents or not?
Senator, there is a difference between the sitting president of the United States.
Then what's the difference?
The difference?
2x, 3x, 5x,
National
10x?
Command Authority to launch a nuclear strike, sir.
I'm
There
not
are other assets
How many
that
more
travel
agents?
with the president that
Sir,
the former president
sir,
will
you are
not get.
refusing to
But
answer
the number
straight.
of Secret Service
Sir,
agents protecting him.
Stop interrupting me.
Go ahead,
You are
Senator.
refusing to answer clear and direct questions. I am asking the relative difference in the number of agents between those assigned to Donald Trump and those assigned to Joe Biden. I'm not asking why you assign more to Joe Biden. I'm asking, is the difference, is it 2x? Is it 3x? Is it 5x? Is it 10x?
Senator, I will get you that number so you can see it with your own eyes.
Senator Marshall, you're recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Rowe, there was probably 10 buildings within sniper range of President Trump on that afternoon. Why was the building being used by the sniper not in the security zone?
That's a question that I've asked, Senator. There was a decision that we were going to construct the site and it was going to maintain within the Butler Farm site, Butler Farm Show site. That building, that AGR, was right on the curtilage of our outer perimeter. And it's something that again, having been there and walked it, I had a hard time understanding.
So there's no protocol that says anything within 300, 500 yards, direct line of the president should be in or out of the security zone. There's not a protocol that describes that.
So, Senator, what we try to do is we try to either control the high ground or mitigate line of sight concerns.
Okay. You've stated that on multiple occasions, President Trump's team was denied more of a detail, more assets. Who denies that? Who is the person that denies that, generally speaking?
So, Senator, there's a process. Again, there's a conversation had with the detail.
There's got to be a buck stopping. There's got to be someone. Who is the person? Is it a level within the DC agencies? Is it someone in the Pittsburgh office? Who denies that?
It has nothing to do with the Pittsburgh office,
Okay.
sir. It is a conversation between not only the detail, the field office, but also.
I don't want to know the conversation. I want to know who makes the decision.
The decision, sir, is it's our process between the Office of Protective Operations and the Office of Investigations.
Is there a title for this position?
It is called we affectionately call it the war room, and it's where all of our logistics files into.
So it's a room that makes the decision.
It is a staffing and assignments officer.
Okay. Is the Secret Service required to do a briefing with all entities of law enforcement involved in the event of the days leading up to the event and the day of the event?
We do a police meeting, sir, where we start the.
So it's
initial
required.
process.
Is it required? Is it part of your standard operating procedure?
The police meeting is what initiates the advance, and that is what is required.
Was this meeting held on that day?
The police meeting took place on the days prior to that.
Do you have documents of that meeting was actually happened?
If we do, sir, I will get them to you.
But you're saying that it did not happen on the day of the event.
So I think what you're referring to is a briefing that the state and locals would have done with themselves. We did a briefing with our own folks. They briefed. their-
When did you, did your people meet with local law enforcement the day of the assassination attempt?
Yes.
Okay, and you realize that the local law enforcement says no, that meeting never happened, and that's why we need to get these people in to talk to us, and this is why the FBI needs to be speaking up sooner than later and say that meeting did or didn't happen. Surely there's some type of documentation of that meeting one way or the other. Is there documentation of that meeting?
So Senator, I can tell you that what you're referring to is the counter sniper team seconded to Butler ESU. Our personnel met with the team lead from Butler ESU, and they discussed areas of concern, areas of responsibility, and that did in fact happen at the site on that day.
Director, I think you would agree with me that there were multiple individual and institutional failures the day of this assassination attempt. You have a $3 billion budget. You're still 2,000 employees short. And in 2022, the Secret Service had a 48% departure rate. That tells me you either have a cultural problem or just gross incompetence. Which one is it?
So Senator, I would challenge that 48% departure rate. Let me get you some statistics that we have. It is not 48%.
But go back to the multiple failures that we saw on an individual basis as long as systemic. I think it proves that there's either incompetence or some type of a culture problem within the SS.
So Senator, I know you're not calling our workforce incompetent, and I know we do not have a cultural problem. If anything, we are dedicated to making sure that we don't have mission failure. And let me get you the hiring numbers that we have, because I think you will actually see that, no, we've actually done very well fairly recently with trying to make sure that we have the numbers that we need. Of course, we need more people. Everybody does. But let me get you those numbers, and I think let your own eyes.
Would you
see.
also disagree with me when it's reported that almost 50% of the rank and file officers don't trust leadership within the Secret Service?
Senator, I think it's the right of every worker to talk bad about their boss.
Thank you. I yield back.
Senator Hirono, you're recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Clearly, there is a lot that the Secret Service has to answer for in this stunning security failure. But I do want to follow up on Mr. Abate's testimony that an online profile of the shooter may have been found, and you said it contains anti-Semitic and anti-immigrant postings. Can you elaborate? Have you found anything further in the shooter's profile?
Senator, this was just discovered, as I mentioned, and it's being closely analyzed right now. We need to verify that it is, in fact, that it belonged to the now deceased shooter and that he made these comments. So that's why I felt it important in the interest of transparency to share that here, but add the caveat that we still have a lot of work to do, which we're working on quickly to determine that. It's of importance, I think, because if it is, in fact, the shooter that posted these comments, it's the first real indication where he's expressing what are described as extremist views and talking about political violence.
I take it that once you determine that it was in fact the shooter who posted these kinds of comments, that you will let the public know as well as this committee?
Absolutely, Senator.
I think, in fact, it is very important that many of the perpetrators of mass shootings, et cetera, have these kinds of postings online that are very anti-immigrant, anti-Semitic, anti-everything. And it is really important as we determine the kind of profile for many of these shooters that we understand how critical it is that we are careful, how critically important it is that people are careful about what they're posting online, the misinformation, disinformation, everything else along those lines. This is for Mr. Abate once again. What kind of firearm, what kind of weapon did Crooks use in the assassination attempt?
This was an AR-15 style rifle manufactured by a company named Panther Arms.
And once again, many of the persons involved in these kinds of mass shootings use this particular kind of weapon. We know from similar hearings that the Judiciary Committee has had that we are a nation awash in guns. In your view, shouldn't we be doing more to prevent the easy accessibility of these kinds of firearms in our country?
Senator, we're focused on collecting the facts here, and I'm not going to comment on something like that.
Well, I know that that there is a hesitancy to ask about firearms and all of that, and I should think that as a law enforcement person that you probably have some opinions along those lines, but you don't want to articulate what to many people in our country. There's a causal factor here, the easy accessibility of guns, and I want to ask that question because I think it's important that the American people understand that, you know, we are a nation that is awash in guns, and we have more mass shootings than any other country, and yet we have been unable to pass the kind of laws that prevent these kinds of firearms to be easily available, that we have not done enough to promote gun safety in our country. And Mr. Chairman, I wanted to articulate that as the elephant in the room that nobody wants to address, including apparently our law enforcement officers. I am disappointed in that, but obviously we have a work to do to create a much safer environment and to prevent persons who have these kinds of ideological perspectives and who are, I would say, who have these kinds of profiles to have such easy accessibility to the kind of firearms that can cause mass death and destruction. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Langford, you're recognized for your questions.
Chairman, thank you. Thank you to both of you for the testimony today. Director Rowe, future Vice President J.D. Vance was in my state this past week in Oklahoma City. I talked with some of the Secret Service folks that are there. They're doing a terrific job. I got a chance to be able to thank them personally for the tasks they're doing, and I know the Oklahoma folks in Secret Service, and they're very dedicated, incredibly sharp people on that team. So I know this is a challenge to all Secret Service. This is something every Secret Service agent wakes up every single day and wants to avoid. So please continue to be able to pass on our gratitude for the work they do every single day and for what's happening out there.
I will,
so
sir.
Appreciate that. Mr. Bate, I want to ask you about some of the interviews that have happened. Y'all have done more than 400 interviews at this point. For the counter sniper team that was local law enforcement that was on the second floor overlooking that rooftop, have they been interviewed at this point?
Yes, Senator, I believe that each of them have been interviewed.
Do you know offhand if they were at their post at that time, able to look across that? They were at that post at sometimes, do we know they were at that post at 6:08 to 6:11?
My understanding, and I want to be fair, I have not read the reports directly, but I've been briefed on some of it. They were at times during the time frame we're talking about here on post within the AGR building. And I do believe, but I would want to confirm this at some point, one or more did venture out in an effort to locate and isolate the.
We understand from the timeline that they were also looking for this individual that was suspicious, that they had left that post to be able to try to look for him on the ground at different points to try to be able to see if they could get a different perspective. What we're trying to figure out is during that time period that he actually climbed on the roof, assembled a firearm or took a firearm with him or picked one up, whatever it might have been there, that they were able to actually see him if they were able to look left, as been acknowledged in the photos that are up there.
Senator, I don't know the exact timing and the movements of each officer that was out there, but what I would derive from it is they were all focused on locating the shooter,
Right.
the suspicious person at the time. And then, as we've all seen, the one officer attempted to get on the roof directly. There were efforts going on in those final minutes
Right.
on the video to try to get to this person.
We've got one officer being boosted up by another officer to
Yes.
look up on the roof because people on the ground had said there's someone up there and they have a gun that's crawling on that roof. And so they climbed up to be able to see it. He turned around with a rifle. He came down. And then at that point, he gets on the local radio that he has and says there's someone on the roof with a gun. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator, I believe that that's accurate.
So what's the rest of the radio communication? We've heard that first call in. We know it's about 30 seconds from the time he called in till the actual first shot rang out. What else was discussed on the radio during that 30-second time period?
Senator, we have the radio communications. The local radio communications were recorded and captured, and we do have that as part of the investigation. The key points to me, that local officer communicating that He sees the individuals, he's armed. That's at about 6:11 in some seconds. I think it's 3 seconds. And then he identifies it as a long gun at about 6:11 and 11 seconds. And the shots, which all happen quickly together, I believe happen within probably 30 seconds.
So
of that
we're
last-
talking about over the radio because there's a command center there.
Yes.
Where all radios, including the local, as they're all being listened to try to be able to review. There's a statement that has the word gun in it that's coming out across the radio. We only know that first communication. We don't know what came back and forth on that. We'd like to get transcripts of that conversation that was done in local law enforcement. But coming into that command center, there's also the word gun coming through one of the radio frequencies. I would think that would be communicated pretty quickly to everybody across the spectrum. 30 seconds is not long, but that's an NFL play plus a huddle plus the next play. I mean,
Yes, sir.
that's quite a bit of time still to be able to respond. When Secret Service moved to be able to protect the president once the first shots were fired, within 2 seconds, they're gathered around him. So trying to be able to figure out where the word gun got lost in radio communication here and what else was said.
Certainly, we will share the communications with you and the committees, Senator. I will note, just from my notes, there was effort within those minutes and seconds. Once the gun was announced, there's other communications where the local police are talking about deploying a QRF and responding, and that they've got the building surrounded. So it's not in a void. I don't want to give you the
Right, I
misimpression.
understand, but typically, I would assume for Secret Service, if they hear over the radio over something gun, they're moving to be able to protect the detailee, the person they're protecting at that point, the protectee, that they're moving pretty quickly at that point if that's what's actually coming out. And so that's what I'm trying to be able to figure out, how that didn't get communicated out to the people that were directly in front of the former president at that point. And the last question I'd have, I only have a second left, is just, was there any overhead drone? We've talked about counter drone, but any visibility that Secret Service had to be able to see the field and all the operation in their own ability?
No, sir. And as was asked by another senator earlier, it appears that there was an offer by a state or local agency to fly a drone on our behalf. And I'm getting to the bottom as to why we turned that down.
Thank you.
Senator Kennedy, you're recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Abate, am I saying your name right?
Yes, Senator, thank you.
You are the Deputy Director of the FBI, is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
Is there any doubt in your mind or in the collective mind of the FBI that President Trump was shot in the ear by a bullet fired by the assassin crooks?
Senator, there is absolutely no doubt in the FBI's mind
It
whether
wasn't?
former President Trump was hit with a bullet and wounded in the ear. No doubt, there never has been.
Okay.
I've been part of this investigation since the very beginning, and that has never been raised.
You're sure?
Yes.
It wasn't a space laser.
No,
It wasn't a murder hornet.
absolutely not.
It wasn't Sasquatch.
No, Senator.
It was a bullet
It was a bullet, Senator.
fired
100%.
by crooks
Yes, sir.
that hit President Trump in the ear and almost killed him.
100%, Senator.
Okay, glad we cleared that up. I don't want to get off the subject here. Did the FBI just settle 2 lawsuits, one wholly, one in part, in which the FBI agreed to give Peter Strzok $1.2 million and Ms. Lisa Page $800,000?
It's my understanding, Senator, that the Department of Justice was involved in that, not the FBI.
The FBI had nothing to do with it?
There may have been consultation with our general counsel's office, but
Does the FBI have to sign off on it?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't believe so, but I would want to confirm that.
I would like you to, this would be the same Lisa Page who said to Mr. Strzok, quote, "Trump's not ever going to become president, right? Right?" To which Mr. Strzok said, quote, no, he won't. We will stop it." That's the Peter Strzok and Lisa Page I'm talking about. I need to know if the FBI signed off on this lawsuit.
We
On
will get
the
that answer
settlement.
for you, Senator.
And then I need to know who signed off on it. Did you sign off on it?
I absolutely did not and would never sign off on something
Did
like
Chris
that.
Ray sign off on it, the settlement?
I don't believe he did,
Okay. Did you don't know what?
nor do I think he would have.
You need to let me know who signed off on this, if anyone at the FBI. So it was Merrick Garland who agreed to do this. Is that right?
I don't, Senator, I do not know.
Well, hell,
who signed
somebody
off
had
on
to
that.
agree to it. I've settled a lawsuit before. The client's got to agree to it. You're the client. All right.
Understood. I'm gonna direct in to the Department of Justice to
All
answer
right.
those
Get
questions.
me
That's-
that information if you would. Mr. Rowe, help me understand this. The assassin Crooks fired his first shot, as I understand it, at 6:12 p.m. He was about 150 yards away. It's been reported that the snipers, the government snipers, saw him on the roof 20 minutes before. Not 2 minutes, 20 minutes before. Is that correct?
Senator, that's first time I'm hearing this. That is not correct based on the information I have right now, sir.
Well, when did the FBI snipers see him on the roof?
Just Secret Service sniper, sir. I mean,
I'm sorry,
That-
you're right.
that's an
Secret
insult,
Service
sir.
sniper.
No, I'm just kidding.
I understand. I apologize. When did the Secret Service snipers, one of whom ultimately shot the assassin Crooks, first see him on that roof?
So, sir, immediately upon the shots being fired, our snipers,
I know that, but when did they first see him? You got a guy lying on a roof.
Yeah.
You got snipers in an elevated position. They can look down on the roof. You got the guy lying there with a gun pointed at the former president of the United States. And I'm just, and they shot him. Good for them. He's now dead as Woodrow Wilson, and that's a good thing. I'm sorry. God forgive me, but it's a good thing. But when did the snipers first see him?
as soon as he presented himself as a target and a threat to the president, sir.
And when was that?
He fires initially a volley, I believe it was 3 shots.
No, he fired at 6:12 p.m.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's the first shot.
So within 15.5 seconds of the
Here's
first
what-
shot,
he-
he's
Here's what
neutralized.
people are asking.
Yes, sir.
He was up, Crooks was up there. The snipers at some point saw him,
Yes, sir.
our snipers, because they killed him.
Yes, sir.
When did they first see him? It has been reported repeatedly that the snipers first saw him 20 minutes before. That's more than a quarter in an NFL football game.
Yes, sir.
You don't know the answer?
So
to
I
that?
do know the answer, sir. I'm telling you that,
What is the answer?
no,
when
they did
did-
not see him. They only
They
saw
never
him.
saw him.
No, sir.
Well,
They did not.
how could they not see the guy? How could they not see him? They're in an elevated position. They're checking rooftops. They're looking around.
Yes, sir.
There's 2 government snipers. How could they not see him? There he was, big as Dallas, lying there with a gun pointed at the president. How could they not see him?
I believe he was obscured by that roof, sir. He did not pop up.
The roof is flat, ridges.
He's below the line where they would have seen him, sir. There is he did have concealment. I'm not going to say it's cover. He did have concealment, and then ultimately gets into firing position and fires. And within 15.5 seconds of his first shot, he's neutralized.
I've gone way over. You gentlemen need to answer these questions. Mr. Deputy Director, get me that information about those lawsuits.
Senator Rosen, you recognize for your questions.
Thank you, Chair Peters, and Ranking Member Paul for holding this important hearing on the attempted assassination of former President Trump. I am grateful for everyone's service and dedication. However, it's critical that this committee get to the bottom of what happened that day so that we can prevent any future catastrophic security failures and ensure that nothing like this happens
No,
again.
That's your man.
And so Director Rowe, given that the event took place in a rural area, we've talked a lot about connectivity issues. Was law enforcement at a disadvantage due to a lack of or limited connectivity? And why has the Secret Service not adopted a dedicated satellite-enabled Wi-Fi connection, which would facilitate integrated communication, enable device connectivity to include drones, and allowing for the sharing of real-time intelligence?
So Senator, thank you for that question. So based on what I've seen, that radio connectivity, cellular was an issue that day. With respect to the satellite broadband, that is something that I've tasked our CIO, and then we're getting some support from the Department of Homeland Security on. So we will start to leverage whatever asset we have to ensure that connectivity.
Well, I can tell you that we have those SEER ratings in Homeland Security, those special event ratings that we have for things like the Super Bowl. We have it a lot in Las Vegas, and they do bring these mobile units to be sure that we have all the dedicated Wi-Fi cell service and integration that is absolutely necessary for securing a huge event. And so I look forward to hearing about that. Thank you. I want to talk a little bit about intelligence for lone wolf actors, because although we have not been made aware of any specific intelligence the Secret Service or others had in the shooter before the event, we do know that we have intel on Iranian threats against the former president. And so again, Acting Director Rowe, could you talk to us about how you utilize intelligence collection as a way of mitigating threats from state actors like Iran compared to what you do, compared to lone wolf actors, what it seems to be like the attempted assassin that we have here in Crooks. And so, and what are the specific challenges with the intelligence collection as a mitigation tool against lone wolf actors versus state actors?
So Senator, first, let me preface by saying the Secret Service is not a member of the intelligence community. However, we are their biggest consumers of information, and we receive that information regularly, especially as it pertains to our protective mission and the people that we protect. We have embeds with the FBI through their National Joint Terrorism Task Forces. Our agents are basically embeds and are able to not only receive information, but also follow up on investigations that may have a nexus or a direction of interest towards one of our protectees. We have an excellent working relationship with the FBI. We have an excellent working relationship with the intelligence community. We are not collectors. We are consumers of finished analytic products that the intelligence community of the FBI produces. We ingest them, and then we use that to adjust our protective posture. And we do this daily, weekly, all of the time. And it's not only for protective, for protectees, but also the events and sites that we protect on a permanent or temporary basis. With respect to largely a lot of the people that come to our attention, and in the case of the assailant, you know, to me, as I overlay him over top of, say, John Hinckley, who tried to shoot President Reagan, I see an individual based on information that I have now, some of the great work that the FBI has done. We have an individual who's a loner. We have an individual who was focused on Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Hinckley traveled the 80 campaign, and we know that he followed President Carter. It just, on March of '81, he happened to show up in Washington, D.C., and he saw an opportunity to try to attack President Reagan. So when it comes to the Secret Service, and 1981 was a watershed moment for us. We have people that are, for whatever reason, fixated on carrying out an attack against the President of the United States or one of our protectees. And in this instance, you have the assailant who was a loner. Obviously, he was researching. He had researched the Democratic National Convention. He had researched and Googled or used a search engine about the president, the former president. And so I think he had moved towards an idea that he was going to try to do something. And so when I look at this, we don't have a challenge with the FBI or the intelligence community. I think what we always try to wrestle with is trying to line up and see people as they're starting to head down a pathway towards violence. And it's something that we have spent a lot of time and resources in with our National Threat Assessment Center to try to gain a better understanding so that we can help our agents in the field as they're doing these protective intelligence cases and these investigations to be able to make a determination, is somebody generally a threat, or do they need mental health, or do they need some other type of service?
Thank you. I appreciate that. My time's over. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Cotton, you're recognized for your questions.
At the outset, I want to express, as many members have, as President Trump did, the admiration and respect for the bravery and skill of the officers who were on site that day, Secret Service officers, as well as all the local law enforcement. As it happened, my 9-year-old son was watching with me that afternoon, and it's hard to get him to turn away from it. And he asked who all those men and women were who jumped on Mr. Trump. And I said, in layman's terms, those are his bodyguards. And he said, what are they doing? I said, they're protecting him from a bullet. And he said, actually? And I said, yes. He said, for real? And I said, yes. And it was hard for him to process that. But as a reminder, I told him that there are men and women in the Secret Service and law enforcement and the military who are willing to die for our country. And it's an important lesson, I think, that everyone should take away from this, that you had very brave men and women on the ground there who were doing their job to protect this country, to protect a former president and a nominee for president, as they do every day for so many other protectees. Obviously, there were failures in the planning and preparation for this event. Mr. Rowe, we've heard that the shooter had a golf rangefinder. Was that not on the list of prohibited items at an event like this?
Currently, it is not on the list of prohibitive items, but we're going to make that change, Senator.
John Kennedy can't get into an LSU football game with a flask.
Yeah, I can.
Well, he probably can, but he's not supposed to. It just seems like common sense that you don't need a laser rangefinder at an event like this. And it feels like that a lot of that was just the lack of common sense being exercised. Are officers not empowered on the front line to use common sense to say, like, if a guy has a laser rangefinder, he should be detained or at least stopped, and that's why he's carrying it around. If you have a building like this that's not secure from 150 meters away, someone, even the front line, lowest level, most junior officer, should be able to kind of like send up the red flag immediately and say, like, we need to halt everything right now and figure out what the hell is going on. I mean, do officers not feel empowered to use that kind of common sense?
I would hope they would, Senator. I can tell you from our uniform division officers that run our magnetometer screening, they do a tremendous job. And even though something may or may not be on the prohibitive items list, they are well trained and they do exercise that good common sense.
And you want this important message. Okay, I want every one of your officers all around the country to hear that their acting director wants them to exercise common sense. It doesn't have to be policy or protocol or procedure. They should exercise common sense. Thank you for that. So it was reported right before Ms. Cheadle's hearing last week that, in fact, President Trump's detail had requested more resources and those had been denied. She said that she did not deny those resources. You've testified this morning that you did not either. So who did? I mean, the Secret Service is not the post office. It's not this vast bureaucracy.
Right.
Like, I'm not surprised to hear that you knew the counter sniper. It's a small agency and you have a lot of career officers. Like, surely you've gotten to the bottom by now on whose desk this request landed and who denied it.
So, Senator, sometimes when they make a request, they may not have the asset available. For example, there may be, instead of the detail may say, hey, we want 15 magnetometers. What we'll look at it based on what the event size, we'll say, hey, listen, we're going to send 10 based on our protocols of screening so many. We have a flow rate of how many people we can put through. When it comes to a counter sniper or something like that, because I know that's been the subject of some media reporting where they have requested counter snipers. We do have a finite number of counter snipers. And so what we try to do is, if we cannot fill that asset, and that's where we'll say, hey, we can't fill this assignment. However, through the field office, they will use local law enforcement resources. And so in those situations, for example, in the one that has been the subject of a lot of reporting with Pickens, South Carolina, they in fact did use local assets to be able to do that. And there were 3 counter sniper teams. One of them was formerly with the Secret Service Uniform Division. And so they actually used the same practices that we use. So it's not that there was a drop in the capability. They actually use the best practices that we would use. So the asset may be denied by Secret Service between the war room and that conversation with the detail in the field, but it doesn't equate to a vulnerability or a gap.
Okay, one final question about the Iran threat. As you know, Iran made credible threats against several former Trump administration officials, many of whom still have government-provided security details to this day. Ms. Cheadle removed Secret Service protection from Robert O'Brien last year. Were you involved in that decision?
So, Senator, he was a memorandum protectee, meaning that the president authorized protection for him. We do not weigh in on who gets protection.
Why? So you're still protecting some others. I won't reveal their names. But you are still protecting others, and other personal security offices in the federal government are protecting others. Other officials don't reveal their names. Like who made the decision that Robert O'Brien no longer needed a security detail, despite Iran's ongoing credible threats?
So I can tell you, sir, it wasn't the Secret Service. We don't factor into that decision.
Can you take a look at why that happened now that you're in charge, and consider the possibility that he might still need that protection, given all of his counterparts in the Trump administration still have protection?
I will do so, Senator.
And
And just
Go ahead.
no, go ahead. Go ahead.
I would say, like, again, I'm not going to reveal the protective details, but I'm pretty confident that the agency can get this done. And I think it needs to get done if you look at the kind of ongoing threats that he and all these others face.
I will, sir. And
Despite all the resource constraints we talked about today, he's not the president of the United States. He doesn't have an 18-car motorcade, nor do any of the others. I think he needs that protective detail. And now that you're in charge, I'm asking you to take a new look at that, and also talk to your supervisors inside the department about whether you can spare just that small, limited amount of resources. Okay.
Senator Welch, you're recognized for your
I
question.
will, sir.
Thank you very much. You know, there's, first of all, thank you both for the tremendous work you do and for all the folks behind you and under you. So thank you for that. I kind of want to follow up a little bit on Senator Cotton. You know, there's 3 issues that have been raised. One is the selection of who gets protection, and you've addressed that just now. The other is whether it's a budget issue, which I don't necessarily think it is. But then there's the operational question. Was this an operational failure? And it appears to me that's where the focus should be. And one of the issues on the operations is the capacity of people who are part of the team, both Secret Service and also the local law enforcement, their capacity to act on what they see. And this is what Senator Cotton, I think, was talking about with common sense. You know, you mentioned that the sniper was authorized immediately to act. He wasn't checking in with anyone, right? And he took out the shooter as quickly as he could. But according to the timeline, you had local law enforcement captured 2 photographs of the shooter at 5:10. At 5:32, local law enforcement officers spot a suspicious person who turned out to be the shooter with a phone and a rangefinder. At 5:46, the alert was so significant that snipers text photo of the shooter from where he was initially spotted to the USS lead sniper. I mean, how is it that where you had these experienced law enforcement people who understood the gravity of the responsibility of protecting the presidential candidate, the former president, none of these actionable observations resulted in action? I'll direct that first to you, Deputy Director Abate.
Thank you, Senator. From the FBI standpoint, we're simply collecting the facts. We've interviewed most of the officers. Now we'll end up interviewing all of them.
Okay, well, good. I was Assistant Director or Acting Director Rowe.
So on that, Senator, I think there was a sense of this guy is standing out, and that's why he came to the attention of local law enforcement.
No, I get that. That's my point.
Right.
He did stand out.
Correct.
but nothing happened. I
Well,
mean,
they were-
there were alerts,
There were
but there
alerts.
was like, you've got somebody suspicious. Why didn't somebody go interact with the suspicious person like right away?
And they were attempting to locate him. I can't answer that question as to why, if they took a picture of him and they thought he was unusual, suspicious, not acting normal, why there wasn't. And I think, again, there was probably an assumption on the part of that officer that took that picture that, oh, some uniform or somebody will go eventually and walk up to this.
Well, see, that's what seems like an operational failure. Somebody else will do it. So is the responsibility of an officer to alert some other officer that they think somebody might be suspicious, or the first officer who sees a suspicious person can take the next step to actually engage that person or talk to someone very, very close to it and say, engage that person. And this guy was wandering around for quite a while.
He was. I can't put myself in the mind of that officer.
I'm not asking you to do that. I'm asking, this is operationally,
Mhm.
how does the process work? Okay, so that is the job of the leaders as opposed to the officers. Are they empowered to act immediately upon the observation of someone who looks very suspicious, particularly when they've got the rangefinder? They were in a place where it really wasn't about seeing the rally. It was, as we see, it was a place where you get a good view of former President Trump. I mean, that is a leadership issue, right?
So Senator, that officer didn't work for me. That was a state and local officer that made that observation, took that picture. So I can tell you from the Secret Service perspective, and we do this routinely, is that when people come to our attention, we locate them, we go up, we do a field interview, or we
Okay.
try to do a
All right, then
consensual
that's the
encounter.
operational thing I'm talking about. If you do it within Secret Service, you all are in charge.
Mhm.
And you are relying on local law enforcement assets. Those folks, and they did their job here up to a point where they identified this person, passed information along, but nobody acted. The empowerment to that local officer, I would think, has to come, be transmitted through the Secret Service, maybe in the earlier briefings, but where you say, folks, you see somebody suspicious, you engage that suspicious person.
Yeah, I don't disagree, Senator, and it goes back to my comments at the beginning of the hearing that we need to be very direct to our local law enforcement counterparts so that they understand exactly what their expectations.
I yield back. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Tillis, you're recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Abate, Mr. Rowe. Thank you for being here. Mr. Rowe, do you have a picture? I was watching your testimony earlier. Do you have a photograph of the vantage point from the Secret Service snipers?
I do.
Um,
Let's see.
And there were two, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Stage left and stage right.
Okay. And I don't know if you have a vantage point of both of them or not. I know you had one for the one who ultimately shot the,
That's the vantage point of the sniper who neutralized the assailant.
okay. Well, is it a similar vantage point for the other? Would they have also been impaired in terms of actually seeing him until he popped his head up?
So the sniper on the stage right side,
Yeah.
Senator, they had an obstructive view because of that tree.
They had an obstructive view. Okay, so the one thing, this discussion that I don't believe that a sniper saw someone on the roof 20 minutes before just doesn't make sense to me. It sounds like the one who took the shot probably saw him for the first time about a split second before he pulled the trigger. Is that?
That's my assessment, Senator.
I'm more, well, first off, I'd like to clarify the requests that have been made of a lot of people so that we get the information in a good form. I think it would be helpful, at least all the way back to, I think, November 5th of 2022, I believe, when President Trump announced that he was running for reelection. I think it'd be helpful if we could just get a matrix of any request for additional security, the resolution of that request. Was it honored? Was it denied? Was it downsized? If you could give us that, I think that that's going to be the best way versus giving us mounds and mounds of paper. If you can do that, I know you're looking at the same thing. I've heard from you that any subsequent request for field requests are being honored. I believe that that's true. Is that your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'm more worried about the 24 to 30 seconds between the time I believe local law enforcement officer was hoisted on the shoulders of another police officer, saw a person armed less than 200 yards away from the president, who I believe jumped down. What happened in those 24 or 30 seconds? I mean, obviously there's no such thing as a panic button. You know, the first thing you'd think is you had panic, you cover the president, get him off stage. None of that happened. What happened? Is it just, did I hear a text message? What actually happened in the 30 seconds where a law enforcement officer knew that a gun was pointed in the direction of the president from a fairly short range? What actually did those folks who did have knowledge of exactly what was happening and could probably infer what was about to happen, what did they do? And Mr. Abate or Mr. Rowe, either one, based on your interviews.
Thank you, Senator. From the interviews, you know, the officers in the immediate vicinity were operating with urgency at that point to get to this person, but he was on the roof. The officer who had looked over the edge, based on what I've been told, the shooter turned toward him with the rifle. That's what the officer observed. So he was under threat himself in that second. So he had to retreat and step down and get back to the ground in order to protect himself and keep him safe from potential rifle fire. But once he got to the ground, along with the other officers, there were Butler County local officers, Pennsylvania State Police. They were moving around trying to
I think
find someone to get to
clearly
this guy.
we've got an operational problem here because we had more than 20 seconds to have somehow cut through all the crap and the communications, whatever impediments there were, have to be removed. I mean, it's pretty clear to me. First off, that law enforcement officer, I love law enforcement. I wear the back of the blue pin every day. They do great work. Secret Service did phenomenal work on the stage, but they failed because their job is to protect the public, and they needed to put themselves in harm's way to stop him. Now, I'll let the interviews go through, but there was a massive failure. There were at least 2 law enforcement officers that knew a guy was about to pull the trigger at the president. And, you know, I'm just not really happy with the fact that we couldn't have communicated, covered President Trump and try to secure the situation. I'm going to let the investigation go through, but I think it's go forward. I think it's very important to point out that we can't let a scenario go in the future where 20 seconds can lapse when a law enforcement officer within 2 football fields of a former president of the United States has material knowledge that somebody's about to get shot at on stage, and we don't have instantaneous response. You know, in the old days, maybe you just shoot a gun in the air. I know for a lot of reasons why they didn't do that, but there had to be some way to actually diffuse that situation. It didn't happen on July the 13th. I just want to end by saying, Mr. Rowe, I think you've been forthcoming in your answers. I know you're frustrated. I've seen you twice now. You're clearly embarrassed by what happened. You don't think there's any reasonable explanation. And to my colleagues who are worried about communications, they should spend time in their local government and state legislatures to understand just how bad communication is between law enforcement and first responders. We need to invest in this infrastructure. That was also a part of the failure. But if you can please get to me and get to this committee a chronology of requests, accepted, denied, and the reasons for, I think that's going to be very helpful.
I will, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Blackburn, you're recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to each of you for your patience and for being here today. Director Rowe, I want to come to you first because a counter sniper has decided to speak out about the culture at your agency, and I think it is very telling. And he sent an email, and I'm going to quote from that. If this agency needs to change, and if not now, when? The next assassination in 30 days? But here's what I want to talk with you about, because in this email, he says, and I'm quoting again, the motto of the USSS is CYA. And every supervisor is doing it now. That's the end of his quote. So you're the guy in charge. And you're one of those supervisors. You've been a career guy there at the Secret Service. The public has lost trust in the ability to execute the mission, to protect. And I want to know how you feel about the fact that employees in your agency are worried about covering their behind and not worried about protecting a former president.
Thank you, Senator. So I'm hurt by that email, but not in the way you think I'm saying it. I'm hurt because my people are hurting right now. We need them.
Then why did somebody delete the email?
I'll get back to you on that,
The
Senator.
agency deleted the email.
But like, may I address your question?
Yes,
And I will get back to you as
please.
to whether the email was deleted or not. My agency is hurting. Emotions are raw. I actually want to hear more from that UD officer, that technician. In his email, he referenced that he had spent time serving our nation as a United States Marine, that he is a 20-year professional of the Secret Service. I am committed to being a change agent, meaning I am committed to reviewing some of these things. I looked at the points in his email very quickly. I saw it as I was on my way over here this morning. I want to have further conversations, not only with him,
Let
but
me-
also the counter
If I
sniper
may
supervisors.
step back in, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you want to talk with him. What about other whistleblowers? What about this culture? Are you going to allow these whistleblowers to speak out? Because it is troublesome if somebody went into the server and deleted that email. I would hope you will get to the bottom of that and be able to provide some answers. Because this is, as you have heard from both sides, this is a situation that cannot be allowed to happen again,
Yes, ma'am.
ever. Mr. Abate, and am I saying your name properly? We've heard it pronounced 3 different ways today in the hearing.
Abate, Senator.
Abate, okay.
Thank you.
You had mentioned a social media account that espoused anti-immigrant, anti-Semitic views, but you did not say what platform that was on and what the username was. And this is Crooks that we're discussing.
Yes, Senator, that's correct. I didn't want to comment on it because we haven't fully confirmed yet. And I thought that as soon as we confirm and certify,
Would
I
you
will provide
supply
that to
that?
you.
And
Absolutely.
also the age at which he had those feelings. And then we understand that the Gab account is pro-immigration, pro-lockdown, leftist views. Is that accurate?
I haven't seen it directly, but I believe from what I've been told, that is accurate. With the Gab account, we're also, though that's been publicly revealed through the CIO and other things, we're still working to certify and verify that that's his account also, but it does have differing points of view, it would appear.
Okay. And what age and how fresh is that Gab account?
The Gab account, based on my recollection, the comments in there or the messaging is from about 2021, I believe.
Okay. And the other preceded that? Maybe he was age 14?
Yes, Senator. The other account that we talked about was in the 2019-2020 timeframe. So it would have been in the couple years right before the Gab
Right
messaging.
before that.
Yes.
Are there other accounts that you all are currently verifying and receiving information from?
We are. We've, as I mentioned, we've issued a bunch of legal process and we're still awaiting returns from a number of the companies to include other social media companies as well.
Okay. Well, my time has expired. Thank you for your patience today. Thank you for the information. We look forward to getting more information. And Director Rowe, we are going to hold you to being a change agent because things at the Secret Service absolutely have to change. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And I want to thank our witnesses for your testimony here today. Certainly what happened on July 13th could and should have been prevented from what I have heard today. I'm certainly grateful to our witnesses for their candid answers and for helping to provide additional clarity and new information about the circumstances surrounding this attack. Acting Director Rowe, some of what you have said today conflicts with information and accounts that we have received from local law enforcement that we've had the opportunity to talk with. They have been voluntarily and I will say expeditiously cooperating with our bipartisan investigation, which we certainly appreciate. But we now need to speak with Secret Service agents directly, who are directly involved. And I would say that you need to make them available as soon as possible. Those interviews can't start weeks from now or months from now. Time is of the essence when memories are fresh and you can get the information that is most important to us. So my question for you as we wrap up this hearing, Acting Director Rowe, will you commit to having those agents available for this committee to interview as soon as possible in a matter of days, not weeks, matter of days?
Yes, sir.
Right. Thank you. Certainly the American people deserve to know what went wrong and they deserve accountability for those security failures. And as we continue our bipartisan investigation into security failures that day and any underlying systemic issues, we'll continue working to follow the facts, get clear answers, and make important recommendations to ensure that a security failure like this never happens again. The hearing record will remain open for 15 days until 5 p.m. on August 14th, 2024. For the submission of statements and for the questions for the record, this hearing is now adjourned.
Yeah, some of this, I'm watching it all the time, and this is a first. Like, the major screw-ups they've made is major. Nobody's been relieved of duty. Nobody's been fired. And to one of the questions earlier, I've been watching it all, and I've yet to see where a sniper has demanded that somebody be fired. So that would be outside their realm. A sniper usually would not come forward like that. Now, I do believe there's going to be video that comes out that will show that he wanted to take the shot. He said several times he had a shot and he was told to stand down. I do believe that that will still come through. Again, I'm not going to judge anybody for what side of the fence they are politics-wise. I'm a registered Democrat, have been all my life. My grandparents, my grandpa was Attorney General, registered Democrat. I still stay a registered Democrat, but I will tell you, I voted for Trump every time. Just because I am a registered Democrat does not mean that I vote Democrat. So, with that said, I'm from air capital of the world, aircraft. Most machinist unionists and people are Democrats. We're in a right to work state. There's just a lot. You got to understand unions. They're political too. But I personally can tell you that I vote whatever the fuck way I want to vote and the right way, what I feel is right. But I'm not going to judge anybody for what they are. Listen, I got Trump signs outside. I got fuck Biden signs outside. And I still have Democratic people coming here, knocking on my door, trying to get my vote with brochures. And I'm like, do you not see what's outside here? Well, what do you mean? I got Trump flags, but you're on our voter list as being a Democrat. I said, there's no law against being on the list as a Democrat. When I turned 18, my grandpa said, you must vote. You must be a Democrat. So I've just never changed it. So with that said, just because I'm a registered Democrat does not mean that I vote Democrat, because I ain't voted Democrat in a long ass time. I'd like to call myself a sleeper. I'm one of them votes that the Democrats think they got in the bag, and I vote the other way. So I'm just going to leave it that way. Again, our ultimate goal is to get justice for Julian and Veronica. Right now, there's just not a lot going on. The bus I wanted sold. I'm still looking for a bus. It will be for searching for missing people, following the searches all the way up, just like the Veronica one and Julian. I did buy a pop-up, brand new pop-up camper tent that I slept in for a month. But with the death threats I get and things going on, I don't think my husband really thought I'd pull away with the pop-up camper, and I did. I've spent thousands of dollars of my own money investigating the case of Veronica and Julian, and I will continue to do so. But I do got to get me a safer situation to sleep in. Down in the Panhandle, it's like no other. I will tell you that. And with that said, do I even think the hotels are safe for me? No, I don't. I would much rather have a bus where I can park it on a friend's property and still not be in their space. I've never been independent. Like I said, I don't have a problem with it. Because of the aircraft company and all my family's machinist union, been a registered Democrat. So, but damn, I can't even remember the last time I even voted Democrat, to be honest. Just like our judges. My favorite judge is a Republican. Cole Malley sentenced in Apple River stabbing. Ooh. Had anybody been following that case? Because I had been following that case pretty heavily. Let's see here. Let's see how this went down.
Mr. Mew, there's for sentencing.
Hold on.
Count one is first degree reckless homicide.
Let me pause my TV. I look at my TV to find. I look at my TV to find stuff that's on right now that is very.
It's 2 through 5, Mr. Mew. Is for sentencing first degree reckless endangerment.
Let's see here.
Dangerous weapon cancer. The maximum possible penalties.
It's on Fox 9, Minneapolis. Okay. This happened an hour ago. So many of you might have already seen it. Sorry if you had. I used to be a big court TV person. Now I'm really trying to stay away from the mainstream. When I follow trials, I usually follow Recovery Addict. He's got the best equipment, best everything. So let's see here. I'm going to share a few stuff. Let's see if you got other things to do today. You're not going to hurt my feelings. Yes, we got to fix our borders.
Mr. Mew, this is your opportunity to make a statement, or if you wish, to offer any reason why I should not impose a sentence today. Would you like to make a statement?
Judge, he's written out a statement to me. I had it in hand. I printed it just for easier. I think he wants to read it, and then I'll submit it to the court, so it's just a part of the record.
Certainly. Mr. Mew.
Do you want to stand? Okay. Read it in court.
All right. Dear parents, family, and friends of Isaac, I would like to start by letting you know how deeply sorrowed I am, and I will always be, for the real fact that Isaac is not with you anymore, and that I was directly involved in his very tragic and unimaginable death at such an early age. I never meant for this tragedy to occur. My soul is broken. My heart is very heavy. And I will never be the same carrying such a heavy burden and sorrow. I pray to God for forgiveness, compassion, and love for everyone affected directly and indirectly by the outcome of this tragic event. I'm hoping that you appreciate how much I'm sorry for the outcome of those events. I'm
Yeah,
yours.
well, sorry it's a little late on that one, buddy. How one can take another one's life is beyond me. I'd like to throat punch some people, but I don't want to take their life. This one here was, I think, the judge
Six is
actually.
battery. That is a misdemeanor. With the dangerous weapon enhancer, he faces a maximum possible sentence of 15 months. In preparation for today's sentencing, I reviewed a number of materials. First, I reviewed the pre-sentence investigation report prepared by the Department of Corrections. It's a 43-page report that provided me with information that I knew and information that I did not know about Mr. Mew, about his victims, families, about Mr. Mew's background, about all aspects of this case, many of which were talked about today. That PSI report also included a sentencing recommendation. I also reviewed Mr. Nelson's sentencing memorandum. It too was very helpful. It provided more information about Mr. Mew and his background, and I valued that information. Mr. Nelson submitted numerous letters from Mr. Mew's personal friends and coworkers. I read all of those. I also read the relevant portions of the file, including the complaint, the jury instructions, and the verdict.
There is politics everywhere, not just in California.
In a moment, I will pronounce a sentence that I believe is just and fair. When deciding on a sentence, I must consider the gravity of the offense, including the effect on the victims. I must consider Mr. Mew's character and his rehabilitative needs. I must consider the need to protect the public. The sentence must be based on the facts of the case and the law, not personal considerations, passions, or prejudices. But judges in Wisconsin have a great deal of discretion when imposing a sentence. Unlike many jurisdictions, we do not have sentencing guidelines or grids to follow. I want all of you to know that I have given this case a great deal of thought. I take my responsibility seriously. There is nothing more difficult or more solemn than imposing a sentence on another human being. As far as the gravity of the offense, the jury has spoken. Any efforts to relitigate this case are simply without merit. I firmly believe that the American criminal justice system is the best ever devised. It's not perfect, but I cannot think of a system of justice that is better at finding the truth while preserving the rights of the accused. In this case, 12 jurors reached a unanimous verdict. These 12 jurors were selected from a panel of more than 150 people. I, along with the attorneys for both sides, chose these jurors because they could be fair and impartial. The jurors came from all corners of our great county. They came from all walks of life. They were men, they were women, they were young, they were old. They listened to 8 days of intense trial testimony. They examined dozens of exhibits. They deliberated for 8 hours. In the end, they reached a unanimous verdict and found beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Mew was guilty of reckless homicide, reckless endangerment, and battery. Now, there are 2 key takeaways from this jury's verdict that I want to mention. First, The jury rejected the state's claim that Mr. Mew intended to kill Isaac Schumann or the surviving stabbing victims. In other words, the jury rejected the most serious crimes that would have sent Mr. Mew to prison for the rest of his life. Second, the jury rejected Mr. Mew's claims of self-defense. That means Mr. Mew did not reasonably believe that he was preventing or terminating an unlawful interference with his person, or he did not reasonably believe the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. This jury found Mr. Mew guilty of reckless homicide and 4 counts of reckless endangerment. These crimes are serious. They mean that Mr. Mew did not think about the consequences of his behavior and that he showed utter disregard for life when he stabbed 5 people. For that, he will be held accountable, but the court sentence must reflect the reality that it was reckless conduct that the jury found him guilty of, not intentional conduct, which is punishable much more harshly. In weighing the gravity of the offense, I consider the impact these crimes have had on the victims. The battery to Madison Cohen was unjustified. While she did not suffer any permanent physical injuries, she has mentally suffered over this entire ordeal. She described to the PSI author the toll this case has taken and continues to take on her. This offense has devastated Isaac Schumann's parents and stepfather. No parent should have to endure the loss of a child. They have had to cope with the senseless death of a loved one while enduring the weight of the criminal justice system that can be slow, confusing, and sometimes frustrating to victims. To you and to your family, there are probably no words that I can say today that will alleviate your grief. But I would be remiss for not expressing my sincere condolences to all of you. I am sorry for your loss and what you've had to endure. Although it must have been difficult, I appreciate each of you speaking today and sharing a glimpse into Isaac's life and who he was. It sounds like he was a wonderful person, bright young man who had an unlimited future. And for that, we in this community have lost. A.J. Martin and Riley Madison would have died on that riverbank had it not been for the swift action of law enforcement and EMTs and other tubers who helped to treat their wounds and stabilize their condition. They had long hospital stays, but they were very fortunate to receive high-quality medical treatment that restored their health. But we heard from them about the toll this matter has taken on their health, their mental psyche, and their prospects for the future. Anthony Carlson and Dante Carlson's wounds were less severe, but the risk to life was still present, obviously because the knife was directed into their torso near vital organs. But they fortunately have survived. Each of these surviving stabbing victims suffered permanent physical disfigurement, and that can't be overlooked. And we've heard from A.J. Martin just about how that disfigurement can affect one's life. In assessing Mr. Mew's character, I must consider his conduct on July 30. Mr. Mew's crimes were the product of circumstance, not intent. Mr. Mew was not looking to cause trouble or hurt anyone, but he made a series of very poor decisions. When confronted with words and boorish taunts and insults, Mr. Mew drew a knife and he struck Madison Cohen. That quickly culminated in senseless, lethal violence.
And I just want to get to the,
He left the scene, leaving his victims to die, while casually floating past them and emergency workers as if nothing had happened. He nearly reached his car. He nearly escaped the jurisdiction.
let's get to his sentencing.
Allow people to apologize. Loyal.
He should have to stand up when he gets his sentencing, so.
Mr. Mew has no he may also subject himself to additional criminal penalties. Does the state agree on the credit calculation, 732 days?
Yes.
All right, 732 days credit. Mr. Mew is remanded to the custody of the sheriff for delivery to the Dodge Reception Center.
This is crazy. Let's check. I'm all about the border too. I'm gonna start doing more on the border. Because man, we didn't learn anything from the Oklahoma City bombing trial. We didn't learn anything from. It seems like we didn't learn anything from anything. You know, back in the day, as you know, my kid's dad was a U.S. Marshal 33 years. You realize the Trade Center bombing, that trial went on for over 20 years just for that one. Then you had the Oklahoma City bombing, and then you've got the 9/11, like, and we're opening our borders up. I just don't understand. But we have a border crisis. Listen, we are all immigrants unless you are absolutely Native American. Other than that, we are all. We're all. I haven't really watched a lot here lately on the vice president running with Trump, but I will tell you, I'll never forget Harris when the riots in BLM was going on, and she was using her own money to bond people out of jail. And one of them that got bonded out ended up murdering somebody. And I'm sure that's not the only case. This is the one we know about. So let's do a little bit on the border. I got a little bit of time here, so we can cover this. This will be the first one I've watched. This guy seems to be all right, JD Vance. Don't know much about him. Was a little skeptical about putting a millennial in, but it is what it is. But let me tell you something. Things got to change. I do think that senators should be limited just like presidents. Like this shit of them being in there for 40 years and us going over the same shit, I have problems with it. So let's see here. Let's see what he had to say about this.
Now, everybody knows that Kamala Harris owns every failure of the ultra-liberal policies of the last 4 years. As America's border czar, and she was the border czar, the media all said it. Kamala Harris.
Border czar who never went to the border, right, guys? Okay. Just checking.
Harris is directly responsible for the worst border crisis in this nation's history. On her watch, more than 10 million illegal aliens have invaded our country, and it wasn't by accident, it was by design. Creating this flood of illegal immigration is the purpose of the ultra-liberal immigration policies. They said they were going to do it, and then they did it on Kamala Harris's first day in office. They suspended deportations. They stopped building Donald Trump's border wall. They reinstated catch and release, and they proposed amnesty for millions of illegal aliens. On the first moment, from the moment go, Kamala Harris and the Democrats sent in grave.
Yeah, I want to answer this question. When you get your bus, you can have a command center for the investigations. Absolutely, 1,000%. When I went down to look for Veronica and Jillian, it was hard to find a command center because there was nobody looking. So I was the only one looking. I was at the Four Corners, got ran off from the Four Corners, and there happened to be a gentleman that was I don't want to call him a gentleman now because a lot's come out since then. He did an audio, but the guy who allowed me to stay at the house across the street, that's where my command center was. I'd never slept in my car ever in my life. I slept in my car for several nights. Reason being is I always thought that where they found the car was placed. And I always thought there was something at the Four Corners. So I just keep on going, Again, it seems I've got two numbers here. One from a A&E producer. I don't know what they're trying to do. I haven't called him back. I don't want any kind of celebrity status on this. I want the truth. That's all I want. I turned down News Nation, I don't know how many times. Ashley Banfield, Laura Ingle, Brian Hinton. God, there's so many that I'm not that person. I'm not looking for notoriety, but yes, having a bus would be a lot simpler. 2 days in, I realized there was a cult. There was a lot going on. There's not been anything that I know of that I've said that has not come out to be true. And I bought a pop-up camper before all this. And for the last month, I stayed in the pop-up camper. But with that being said, that makes it really hard to stay in. I don't get scared. Listen, I'm good with God. If I die, I die. But I want to keep proceeding. I'm going to follow this case all the way through. There's a lot missing in the Panhandle. I'd like to cover them cases too. There's a lot I would love to do. And a bus would help me. Now, 5 years ago, I was looking for a bus anyway, just to travel in. But I'm a retired state investigator. I will tell you, with this case, I did more work with this case than I did throughout most of my career as an investigator. But man, I wake up thinking about it. When I sleep, I think about it. There's just a lot, and I do think there is a lot to be said in the fact that I think there's more out there that's gone missing and been buried. I think there's more out there that was involved in this that is being let on to be. And I feel like LA dropped the ball. I mean, I can't find anything but a little short video, and it's just a clip of fire department and some people on four-wheelers, and I heard they went like 50 yards to the west and then 50 yards to the south. Well, I all along thought it was around the Four Corners. And when I left on that Thursday, because I had cataract surgery I could not change. But I will tell you that we were down that road with the horses. We was not very far from Beasley's house. God, we were so close. But I'm just so glad they found him. But we're not done. We're a long ways from being done. I spent a lot of cash, a lot of money. out of my pocket, and I'm never going to complain about that at all. So don't think that. Every bit of it was wisely spent. But, you know, I had to have a hotel. There was a lot of things, food, gas, driving around from sunlight to way into 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, following leads. It all added up. So now I'm in a position where I'm trying really hard to get a bus. And I had one in my sights that was going to be perfect, but it's sold. So I'm now back to looking. I'm limited money-wise on what exactly I can get. And that's where I'm at. So I'm going to continue to look, continue to really try really hard. I do want to finish this, and then we're going to go over a few more stuff here. I don't want to take up everybody's day, but what the hell, it's 1:11, and I got up at 6 o'clock. Wow. Okay.
Give limitations to millions of illegal immigrations around the world. And now they're here because they were invited. They were invited by our own border czar. Can you believe it?
And I would definitely go down to the border again and cover the border again, because every day people are just flocking across that border.
Now, the chief of Border Patrol was appointed over a year ago, but Border Czar Kamala Harris hasn't even spoken a single word to him. This administration handed 3 million work permits to illegal immigrants, destroying American jobs and crushing American wages. And if the border czar wins, she will not only give jobs to illegal aliens, she's talking about giving them free health care, free tuition, all paid for at your expense.
Yet we got veterans that's homeless on our streets in every city, every town. Go look. You know, my good friend Skywalker Boxing, he lost his eye in the war. He's a veteran. He was in here earlier. I don't know if he's still here. But, and a boxer. And he just had his teeth removed last week for implants. He's got stitches. You know, it took every bit of his extra money to cover that. Why? Why are we not providing our veterans with everything that they're going to try to provide for these people that's just coming, these illegals? It's coming across the border. I'll never understand it. And there's no incentive to fight for our country anymore. Like join the military. Because like I said, you can go down to downtown Wichita. I guarantee you half of them people are veterans. It's sad. It's so sad.
I agree. Worst of all, Kamala Harris would happily erode every protection we have to prevent them from voting. She wants to hand over control of our country to people who shouldn't be here in the first place, and we cannot let her. And I have a message, a very simple message to the millions of illegal aliens who are in this country and shouldn't be. If you are here, start packing your bags right now, because Donald J. Trump is coming back into office.
But the riots, everything. Why would you support a woman like this? I don't understand. She was definitely on the defend the police movement. Look where that's got us. It's got us in a very bad spot. Police officers don't make much money as it is. Yeah, we're not even taking care of the ones that give us the right to be here, the right to have freedom. I don't understand it. But just in case people forgot about some of the things Vice President Harris did, let's talk about it.
You're about to hear how Kamala Harris once talked about the defund the police movement.
Defund the police. The issue behind it is that we need to reimagine how we are creating safety.
These comments were made back in 2020 when there were protests all across the country after George Floyd was murdered by a Minneapolis police officer.
For too long,
And if he would have complied, he wouldn't have been murdered. Like, listen, I'm not taking sides. But if you comply with the police, you're not going to get murdered unless you got some hanky-danky shit like the panhandle going on.
The status quo thinking has been you get more safety by putting more cops on the street. Well, that's wrong. This whole movement is about rightly saying we need to take a look at these budgets and figure out whether it reflects the right priorities.
After June 2020, she clarified she does not support defunding the police. And in a statement this week, her campaign said, quote, whether as a district attorney, attorney general, senator, or as vice president, Kamala Harris has led the way to keep our community safe, take on violent crime, and help lead the nation to a historic drop in violent crime to a 50-year low. You're about to hear how Kamala Harris once talked about the defund the police movement.
Defund the police. The issue behind it is that we need to reimagine how we are creating safety.
These comments were made back in 2020 when there were protests all across the country after George Floyd was murdered by a Minneapolis police officer.
For too long, the status quo thinking has been you get more safety by putting more cops on the street. Well, that's wrong. This whole movement is about rightly saying we need to take a look at these budgets and figure out whether it reflects the right priorities.
After June 2020, she clarified she does not support defunding the police. And in a statement this week, her campaign said, quote, whether as a district attorney, attorney general, senator, or as vice president, Kamala Harris has led the way to keep our community safe, take on violent crime, and help lead the nation to a historic drop in violent crime to a 50-year low. You're about to hear how Kamala Harris once talked about the defund the police movement.
Defund the police.
Let me stop
the issue behind it is that we need to reimagine.
I got more on her, but this is just starting. Not really sure what this is about. Let's check it out. Again, if you don't like what I'm showing, please leave. It's okay. You're not going to hurt my feelings.
American citizens to go back to where they came from. You have used words like animal and rabbit to describe Black district attorneys. You've attacked Black journalists, calling them a loser, saying the questions that they ask are, quote, stupid and racist. You've had dinner with a white supremacist at your Mar-a-Lago resort. So my question, sir, now that you are asking Black supporters to vote for you,
Black
why
journalists
should Black
win.
voters trust
What
you
is this?
after you have used language like that?
Well, first of all, I don't think I've ever been asked a question so in such a horrible manner. First question. You don't even say, hello, how are you? Are you with ABC? Because I think they're a fake news network, a terrible network. And
this is why
I think it's disgraceful that I came here in good spirit. I love the Black population of this country. I've done so much for the Black population of this country, including employment, including opportunity zones with Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina, which is one of the greatest programs ever for Black workers and Black entrepreneurs. I've done so much, and and I say this, historically Black colleges and universities were out of money. They were stone cold broke, and I saved them, and I gave them long-term financing, and nobody else was doing it. I think it's a very rude introduction. I don't know exactly why you would do something like that. And let me go a step further. I was invited here, and I was told my opponent, whether it was Biden or Kamala, I was told my opponent was going to be here. It turned out my opponent isn't here. You invited me under false pretense. And then you said, you can't do it with Zoom. Well, where's Zoom? She's going to do it with Zoom, and she's not coming. And then you were half an hour late, just so we understand. I have too much respect for you to be late. They couldn't get their equipment working or something
Mr.
was
President,
wrong.
I would love
I think
if you
it's
can
a
answer the
very
question on
nasty
your
question.
rhetoric and why you
I
believe
have
that
answered
Black
the
voters
question.
should trust you with another
I
4
have been
years.
the best president for the black population since Abraham Lincoln.
Better
That's
than,
my answer.
better than President
That's
Johnson,
my
who signed the
answer.
Voting Rights
And
Act?
for you to start off a question and answer period, especially when you're 35 minutes late because you couldn't get your equipment to work in such a hostile manner, I think it's a disgrace. I really do.
Let
I
me
think
just
it's
ask a follow-up,
disgrace.
sir, and then we'll move on to other questions here. Some of your own supporters, including Republicans on Capitol Hill, have labeled Vice President Kamala Harris, who is the first Black and Asian American woman to serve as vice president and be on a major party ticket, as a DEI hire. Is that acceptable language to you? And will you tell those Republicans and those supporters to stop it?
How do you define DEI? Go ahead. How do you define it?
Diversity, equity, and inclusion?
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Is that what your definition?
That is
Give me a
literally the
definition
words
then. Would you give me a definition
DEI.
of that? Give me a definition.
Sir,
of
I'm
that.
asking you a question,
No,
a
you
very
have to
direct
define
question.
it. Define it for me if you
I
would.
just defined it, sir. Do you believe that Vice
didn't
President Kamala
define
Harris
it.
is only on the ticket because she is a Black woman?
Well, I can say, no, I think it's maybe a little bit different. So I've known her a long time indirectly, not directly very much. And she was always of Indian heritage, and she was only promoting Indian heritage. I didn't know she was Black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn Black, and now she wants to be known as Black. So I don't know, is she Indian or is she Black?
She has always
But you know
identified
what?
as a Black
I
woman. She went to a
respect either
historically Black
one.
college.
I respect either one, but she obviously doesn't, because she was Indian all the way, and then all of a sudden she made a turn and she became a Black person.
Just to be clear, sir, do
And
you
I
believe
think, I
that
think
she is
somebody should look into that too when you ask, continue in a very hostile, nasty tone.
It's a direct question, sir. Do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is a DEI hire, as some
I really
Republicans have
don't
said?
know. I mean, I really don't know. Could be. There are some, and there are plenty. I know this lady right over there, Harris, is a fantastic person who just interviewed me at length. And we had a great interview, I think, and I heard you got very good ratings on that.
Well, you
interview.
told me it was the longest one of your life, so we had a good discussion. Look, I want to talk about why you're here today. I mean, it is not lost on us how divided we are as a country. And as you were coming today, we really got to see that we were divided along the lines of race, along the lines of gender. And there is this question of, in this moment where we are, why come here? What is your message today?
You invited
My
in there for
message
one.
is to stop people from invading our country that are taking, frankly, a lot of problems with it. But one of the big problems, and a lot of the journalists in this room I know and I have great respect for, a lot of the journalists in this room are Black. I will tell you that coming
Black convention
from the border are millions and millions of people that happen to be taking Black jobs. You had the best.
What exactly is a Black job, sir?
A Black job is anybody that has a job. That's what it is. Anybody that has a job.
All right.
And
Mr. President,
they're
can I-
taking the employment away from Black people. They're coming in, they're invading. It's an invasion of millions of people, probably 15, 16, 17 million people. I have a feeling it's much more than that. And everybody's been seeing what's happened. The first group of people, the Black population, is affected most by that. And Kamala is allowing it to happen. She's the border czar. She's the worst border czar in the history of the world. There's never been a border czar like this. She's never even essentially been. She said she was there once, but not the right part of the border. So she was a border czar. She's done a horrible job. These people are coming into our country and they're taking Black jobs and Hispanic jobs. And frankly, they're taking union jobs. Unions are being very badly affected by all of the millions of people that are pouring into our country. And one thing, as we discussed, many of these people are coming in from mental institutions, from prisons, from jails. They're gang members in other countries. Other countries are setting loose their prisoners. They're opening up their prisons and their mental institutions, and they're taking their bad people, drug dealers, gang members, and they're bringing them into the United States. And by the way, their crime rate is going down, and our crime rate is going to be a disaster.
Mr. President, I want to get into how you address some of the issues with Black communities. And I say that plural because we live in communities of color that are different. We're not all the same. We don't vote the same. We don't think the same.
Sure.
It's not monolithic. So as you come here today, I want to talk about something that bursts, and this is the weight of the inflation on this country right now. The nonprofit Money Management International recently released data from its mid-year analysis that we have found a 52% rise in people who are seeking counseling for being in credit debt. They're paying for food that is sky high on their credit cards, and now they can't pay that off. The credit counseling nonprofit MMI, as I said, is saying now that they've seen surges that they haven't seen since we were in a pandemic of people in financial trouble. Much of that falls on the shoulders of single moms, single Black moms. When you look statistically,
Oh my
how
God,
do you
we're
turn
gonna
it
make it
around?
all
What's your
about Black,
plan for the
really?
Black community when it comes to money?
So first of all, it's very hard to hear you for whatever reason because of the fact that they have bad equipment. Because I guess, you know, this woman was unable to get the right equipment. But it's very hard for me to hear you, but I can hear every other word. It's very difficult, actually. But so I don't know if they can fix it or do something with it, but I'll do the best I can with it. The inflation is absolutely destroying our middle class, our working class, virtually every class. Inflation is a disaster in our country. Inflation is a country buster. It breaks every country. And we had, in my opinion, the worst inflation we've had. They say it's 58 years, but I think it's much more than that. It's been devastating. And if you just take a look at a lot of things they don't include, like interest rates. Interest rates went from 2.4% to 10%, and you can't get the money. People can't buy houses. They no longer have the American dream. Young people, young Black people, they don't have the American dream anymore. They can't buy a house. They can't borrow the money because of the cost of the money. They can't buy it because of the cost of housing, because of the cost to build it, because of inflation. Inflation is a disaster, and it's destroying our country, and it's destroying the Black community probably as much or
So what do
more
you do?
than any
What's your plan?
You know what we have to do? We have to bring down the cost of energy, and that's going to bring down the cost of inflation. This was all started with a bad energy policy by Joe Biden. By the way, just if I might, I was running against a man named Biden. You probably saw that. And he was losing very badly in the polls. And then he had a rather bad debate. I would say it was a bad debate. I would say it was one of the worst debates in history. And his poll numbers crashed. And instead of saying, you know, let's keep going and maybe something happens the other way, they said, oh, we're going to replace him. Let's just replace him. That's like you're in a fight, a prize fighter's in a fight. He's not doing well. You say, let's bring in another fighter. So our whole campaign was steered toward him. And now we have to steer it toward him. But ultimately, it's the same because they have bad policy.
This is
They have
live right
policies of
now.
open borders.
This is live right
Unbelievable
now.
open borders, horrible energy policies. They want to get rid of, as you
Show
say, gasoline in cars. They want to get rid of oil. They want to get rid of efficient heating.
Mr. President.
Environmentally, what they're doing is killing our country. They're absolutely destroying our country. But the inflation is the thing that's
Started
hurting
screaming 98
the
minutes
Black
ago,
worker,
but 40 minutes
the
of
Black
it,
population, and
they
every
couldn't
other
get their equipment
population
right.
within our country.
He was also
Inflation is the
told
worst it's been, I think, in over 100
VP
years.
Harris was
And
going to
they'll
be there.
fact check
He's
it. They'll
not.
say it's
He was
only
told he couldn't do
58.
it by Zoom.
Whatever it
Here
may
he
be,
is.
they don't add all the
No
numbers. They
VP
don't add the
Harris.
really bad numbers.
Y'all
and you
think
can
this
check
is
that
okay?
too. But inflation, Harris,
no.
is absolutely destroying this country and the people in our country. Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
President, can I ask you another question
Yes,
that is
and-
also impacting Black
And that's
Americans?
very clear now. Good.
I'm sorry?
It's very clear. I hear you.
Okay, so Sonia Massey, someone from Illinois, an unarmed Black woman, was shot the other day in her home by a deputy sheriff. The deputy has since been charged with murder.
Everybody makes it about
You said
rape.
police would get immunity from prosecution if you win. Why should someone like that officer have immunity, in your opinion?
Immunity?
Immunity.
I don't know the exact case, but I saw something, and it didn't look good to me. It didn't look good to me. Are you talking with the water, right?
Yeah, well, police unions are not backing this person either. But again, why would,
They're going to be charging the officer? I guess they're charging the officer.
so why should he receive immunity?
Well, he might not. I mean, it depends. It depends on what happens. I'm talking about people that are much different cases than that. We need people to protect ourselves. And by the way, in Chicago, as an example, a few weeks ago, July 4th weekend, they had 117 shootings and 17 deaths. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. We need to have our police officers have
It's
the
African
respect
American
and dignity
convention.
back.
That's why it's a
In
black
this
panel.
particular case, I saw something that didn't look good to me. I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all.
So can you get a little more specific back to the immunity question? Who
But
would make
Harris
those
was supposed to be
those
there, didn't
Well, right now,
go.
for the most part, people are protected by their unions, by their
I
police
don't think
unions,
it's a
or by their
replay.
police departments.
But
But
beautiful,
I'm
I
saying
don't know.
if I felt, or if a
It's
group of
live,
people would feel
and
that
they
somebody
were
was
waiting
being
for the
unfairly prosecuted
equipment
because
to
the
work,
person did a
so-
good job, maybe with crime, or made a mistake, an innocent mistake. There's a big difference between being a bad person and making an innocent mistake. But if somebody made an innocent mistake, I would want to help that person.
What would those exceptions be? What would determine
You
an
go
innocent
after
mistake?
somebody and it's a very close call and it's very dangerous. And they have.
I got someone at my door. I gotta go get
Policeman's
it.
life and woman
Might take
is
me a minute.
very difficult
So,
thing because
with that said, I'm gonna
sometimes you
keep
have
this
less
live.
than a second to make a life and death decision. And
If
sometimes
they
very
don't
bad
want to watch
decisions
it,
are
don't
made.
watch it. If I come back
They're
and
not
there's
made
zero
from an
watching
evil
it, I'm okay
standpoint, but
with
they're
that.
made from the standpoint of they made a mistake.
So I want to follow up really quickly.
I gotta take care of something.
I find it interesting because you do talk about reining in prosecutors, especially when it comes to prosecutors that are prosecuting you. Why doesn't that skepticism
I will
apply
be
to
back.
law enforcement?
Well, I've been prosecuted because I'm a political opponent of two people that have weaponized our justice system. I've been prosecuted. I just won the big case in Florida. Everyone said that was the biggest case. That was the most difficult case. And I just won it. Now, Biden has a similar case, except much worse. I was protected under the Presidential Records Act. Biden wasn't because he wasn't president at the time. And he had 50 years worth of documents. And they ruled that he was incompetent and therefore he shouldn't stand trial. And I said, isn't that something? He's incompetent and he can't stand trial. And yet he can be president. Isn't that nice?
Mr. President,
But
I want
they
to keep
released him on the basis that he was incompetent. They said he had no memory and he was a nice old guy, but he had no memory. And therefore we're not going to prosecute him. I won the case and it got very little publicity. I didn't notice ABC doing any publicity on it, George.
We cover you extensively, sir. I'd love to move over on to
I
different
didn't notice
topics
you
now.
do any publicity on it at all. I won the case, the biggest case. This is an attack on a political opponent. I have another one where I
Sir, if
have
you
a
don't mind, I'd
hostile
love to,
judge.
we have you for a limited time, sir. I'd love to move on to different
No,
topics.
excuse
if
you.
we
You're the
can.
one that held me up for 35 minutes, just so you understand.
If we can move on now to the state of the race, sir, I want to get back to the campaign. Senator J.D. Vance is your running mate. He's had a lot of controversy lately, and I want to read you a few things that he has said in the past. He said the Democrats running the country are a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices they've made, and so they want to make the rest of the country miserable too. He's not talking here about how great it is to be a parent. He's attacking what he says are the choices people are making to not have children. Did you know that he had these views about people who do not have children before you picked him to be your running mate? And do you agree with him?
No, I know this. He is very family oriented and he thinks family is a great thing. That doesn't mean he thinks that if you don't have a family, it's not. I know people with families. I know people with great families. I know people with very troubled families. And I also know people with no families. They didn't meet the right person. Things happen. You go through life, you don't meet the right person.
But he's not just talking about families here. He also says that people that don't have children should get less votes than
That's
those
all right.
that do.
I'm just speaking for myself.
Is that your
and I
campaign
think I'm
position?
speaking for him too. He strongly believes in family, but I know people with great families. I know people with not great families that don't have a family. And the people without the family are far better. They're superior in many cases, okay? He's not saying they're not. What he's saying is that he thinks the family experience is a very important thing. It's a very good thing. But that doesn't mean that if you grow up and you grow older and you don't meet somebody that would be wonderful to meet and would have been good, that that's a bad thing. He's not saying that. My interpretation, you'll have to ask him actually, but my interpretation is he's strongly family oriented, but that doesn't mean if you don't have a family, there's something wrong with it.
Just one last point and then we'll move on. Just one of the bedrock principles of American life is one person, one vote. Senator J.D. Vance has suggested that someone who has children should have more votes than a person who does not have children. I just want to be clear here. Is that the position of your campaign?
Well, no, but it's not something I have ever heard before. I can tell you this. Right now, you have illegal aliens coming into our country, many from prisons and many from mental institutions, and they want to give them votes. I don't think they should have votes. They came into our country illegally,
People
and
who
they're
are only
taking the
American
vote away
citizens
from
are
all
allowed
of the
to vote,
people in
sir.
this room that have been here a long time, that have worked hard, that in many cases, and you'll see this happening, if I'm not elected, you're going to see it happen. If I am, you're not going to have any problem. But you're going to see it happening a long time. You're going to see the people in this room and people outside of this room are going to be losing their jobs to people that have come into this country illegally.
Mr. President, can we stay with just kind of the state race right now? Because I felt like that vice president question, candidate question was right in there with that. So let's talk about J.D. Vance for a little bit. He's had some stumbles out of the gate. I don't know if you're hearing what we hear as reporters, but it's been a tough couple of weeks for him. Why did you choose J.D. Vance?
Why
did you choose him? And I'm having a hard time hearing too.
I
I know
chose him
everybody out
because-
there can, but it's
I'll
hard
tell
to
you
hear.
why. I chose him because he's a very strong believer in work and the working man and woman, and especially the working man and woman who have been treated very unfairly, because you have many of them in this room. But you have many of those people, they were treated very unfairly. They worked very hard and they were treated unfairly. He wrote the book that became a bestseller. The movie became a smash hit. He's a very smart guy without the benefit of having a family that has contacts, like a father that was well connected. He got into Yale Law School. He graduated in 2 years from Ohio State, summa cum laude. I mean, you take a look at, his career has been an amazing career. He started off at a level with a difficult family situation, very difficult with the mother and the father and everything else. He ends up going to Yale Law School and was one of the top students, became the head of the law journal. I mean, that's an amazing thing. He's a 4-year, he was in the military with great distinction for 4 years, got out, went into business, became successful in business, very successful in business, actually. Did public offerings and other things. And I have to believe in that. I mean, he's somebody that was born in a rough situation. Most of the people know that situation because it was very well documented in his book. And I have a lot of respect for somebody that can get into Yale and become one of the best students in Yale, that meets a young woman at Yale who was also outstanding, and they get married, they have a beautiful family. But he had he's made himself an amazing life. He then goes to Ohio, lives in Ohio, and he had my endorsement. That helped. But he wins the Senate. He becomes a United States Senator. So he's a United States Senator. And so, Harris, like I respect you for your success, I respect people for their success.
The reason I asked the question is because the last time you and I sat and talked was the day that you were shot. We'd been together for much of that day. You left to go to Butler, Pennsylvania, and we didn't know what was next.
Yeah.
And
I'm
2 days
sorry.
after that,
I cannot understand your microphone.
I know
so
it is
muffled.
really hard for me
I
to
mean, it's
understand
just,
you too.
I can understand you perfectly.
Push
Whoa.
this closer.
I can understand you.
I'm happy to hear that, sir.
But I can't
Really happy to hear
understand,
that.
Harris.
I have a few more questions.
Because of the distance, and the mics are really in lousy shape, but I cannot understand
So,
what you're saying. Go
So
ahead.
what I wanted to say was the last time we spoke, you said some words that were prophetic because I asked you who you wanted to choose for vice president.
Yeah.
And you said normally it really wouldn't matter what they would bring, you choose somebody that you think has a future, that sort of thing. But you said these words 3.5 hours before an attempted assassination on your life. You told me that bad things happen, Harris, and that's why this decision is important this time. Bad things happen. You said it twice. When you look at J.D. Vance, is he ready on day one?
Does he what?
Ready on day one, if he has to be.
I've always had great respect for him, and for the other candidates too. But I will say this, and I think this is well documented. Historically, the vice president, in terms of the election, does not have any impact. I mean, virtually no impact. You have 2 or 3 days where there's a lot of commotion as to who, like you're having it on the Democrat side, who it's going to be. And then that dies down, and it's all about the presidential pick. Virtually never has it mattered. Maybe Lyndon Johnson mattered for different reasons of what we're talking about, not for vote reasons, but for political reasons, other political reasons. But historically, the choice of a vice president makes no difference. You're voting for the president, and you can have a vice president who's outstanding in every way, and I think JD is. I think that all of them would have been, but you're not voting that way. You're voting for the president. You're voting for me. If you like me, I'm going to win. If you don't like me, I'm not going to win.
I'm going to get my JD Vance question in.
JD Vance?
I'm going to get my JD Vance question in. To your point and to Rachel's point, he, has a lot of opinions about childless women like myself or divorced people like yourself. Do you think, well, I mean, my point
but at
is
least
here.
it was said in a friendly manner.
My point is, do you think the Republican Party is getting a little bit too judgy about people's lives when you think about abortion or when you think about what JD Vance is saying?
I don't think, look, I think that the Democrat Party is really the one that has the problem. I think they're radical on abortion because they're allowing abortion in the 9th month. They're allowing the
But
death.
I think it's
They're
about
allowing
freedom,
the
right?
death of a baby after the baby is born, based on
Sir,
the
that
governor
is
of
illegal in
Virginia.
every state in the country.
Based on the governor of Virginia,
Executing a
they're
baby in
allowing the
every
death
state
of the
in the country
baby
is illegal.
after it's born.
It's a
They're
crime.
allowing abortions in the 8th and 9th month.
Well,
of
Democrats
pregnancy.
have denied.
I think they're right. And I think the Republican Party is actually much less. I think I've made them much less radical, perhaps. But the Republican Party, what we're doing is bringing it back to the states where everybody wanted it. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives, everybody wanted abortion brought back. They didn't want Roe v. Wade in the federal government. They wanted it, everybody
But the
wanted
majority
it
of
back.
Americans oppose
Excuse
Roe
me.
v. Wade being
They
overturned.
don't
Multiple
know
polls have
about
showed that,
this.
sir.
Right now, they're voting. It brought it back to the states. Now, I happen to believe in the 3 exceptions. Ronald Reagan believed with rape, incest, life of the mother. I do. I think most people do. I think most Republicans do also. But if you take a look, right now they're doing, it's an amazing thing, out of the federal government, it's in states, and people are voting. And I will say, Ohio is, let's call it a more liberal version, has been approved. Kansas, the same thing, a little bit surprising to a lot of people. But the people are now voting, and it's taking this issue that's been going on for 52 years and has torn our country apart, and it's giving it to the people to vote on, and they're voting. And many states have already voted. Others are in the process of voting, and it's bringing it back to the people and a vote of the people. And it's not at all radical. And again, you have to follow your heart. I happen to believe in the 3 exceptions. Most people believe in the 3 exceptions. Most Republicans believe in the exceptions. But they don't want to see an abortion in the 9th month or the 8th month. Almost everybody agrees to that. And they certainly don't want to see, in the case of the governor of Virginia, the former governor, I might add, who said, we set the baby aside and then we decide what to do. Meaning, what do? We execute the baby. That's a radical, horrible position. And some people want that. I don't want it. Most people don't.
Thank you. Can I just pivot really quickly to another question about, you brought up health, Harris. You're an active man. We see you golfing all the time. But if you win, you'll still be president at 82, which is older than Biden is right now.
But not
Would you-
mentally. Look, mentally.
Here's the question.
He's shot. But most people,
Would you consider?
most people, I know many people in their
Yeah.
80s and their 90s that are in great shape. Some of our greatest leaders. You look at throughout the world history, the greatest leaders, some of the greatest leaders in the world were in their 80s.
But here's the question. Would you consider stepping down if you felt that your health was declining? Or would you?
Oh, absolutely.
And who would
I
make,
think I'd know.
How would you make that decision?
I think I'd know. Look, if I came onto a stage like this and I got treated so rudely as this woman treated
Oh my
me,
goodness.
and I'm fine with it because she was very rude, sir. Very rude. That was a nasty, that wasn't a question. She
Sir,
didn't
if you
ask
can
me a
answer the
question.
question.
She gave a statement. That wasn't a question.
I repeated your
answer the
statement, sir,
question.
actually.
You said what? You would
Oh,
make that
absolutely.
decision
If
to
I
step
thought
down.
that I was failing in some way, I want people to be sharp. I'll go a step further. I want anybody running for president to take an aptitude test, to take a cognitive test. I think it's a great idea. And I took two of them and I aced them.
Well, can I
got 'em.
just,
I took two of them. But let me ask.
Yeah, yeah.
I would like to have people running for president, and I don't mean because they're 75 or 85. I think anybody running, I'd like to do it. People say it's not constitutional. I would like to have something passed where you can do it. I think we should know. I mean, I've watched what's happened in the last couple of years under this gentleman, and our country is a mess. We have inflation. We have the millions of people falling in. We have Afghanistan, which was the worst, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. What he has done to our country, and her too, what they've done to our country, she has been a horrible vice president. She's considered the worst vice president in the history of our country.
don't mean to interrupt you, but would you consider taking the cognitive test?
Mr. President.
I would love to
and
do
make
it.
it public?
Well, I've already taken two of them, but I'll do it again.
Mr.
I
President,
suggested-
how do you intend to?
I suggested, Harris, that let's take one. I said, Joe and I will go and take a cognitive test. Now, I'd do it with her too. I would do it with her also. You know what? She failed her law exam. She didn't pass her law exam, so maybe she wouldn't pass the cognitive test.
Mr. President.
Are you saying she wouldn't pass? Just to be clear,
I'm just giving you the facts.
to be clear, you don't think
I'm
Harris
just
would
How do you
giving you the
intend,
facts.
and
She didn't
look,
pass her bar exam, and she didn't think she would pass it, and she didn't think she was going to ever pass it. And I don't know what happened. Maybe she passed it. I
She
guess
did pass it.
There's a
She
man
did-
over
she
here. I
did in
think
fact
he
pass
must
it.
work. for
Mr.
her.
President, I would love to ask you about January 6th. You've called yourself the candidate of law and order. When Time Magazine asked you if you would consider pardoning all the rioters, you said, yes, absolutely.
Sure.
You called them patriots. 140 police officers were assaulted that day. Their injuries included broken bones, at least one officer lost an eye, one had 2 cracked ribs, 2 smashed spinal discs, another had a stroke. Were the people who assaulted those 140 officers, including those I just mentioned, patriots who deserve pardons?
Well, let me bring it back to modern day. Like about 5 days ago, we had an attack on the Capitol, a horrible attack on the Capitol. You saw the people that were protesting and spraying these incredible monuments, bells, lions, all these magnificent limestone and granite with red paint, red spray paint that will never actually come off, especially in the limestone. It will never, I'm a builder, I know about this stuff. It'll never, you'll see it in 100 years from now. They viciously attacked our government. They fought with police. They fought with them much more openly than I saw on January 6th. What's going to happen to those people? What's going to happen to the people in Portland that destroyed
But sir, my
that
question
city?
is on
What's
those.
going to happen to
My
the
question
people
is
that
on
tried
those
to burn
rioters
down-
who assaulted
Excuse me.
officers.
You have to
Would
answer.
you pardon
What's
those
going to
people?
happen? Oh, absolutely, I would.
You
If
would
they're
pardon
innocent-
those-
If they're innocent, I would pardon them.
They've been convicted.
And by the way, the Supreme Court just well, they were convicted by a very tough system. How come the people that tried to burn down Minneapolis, how come the people that took over a large percentage of Seattle, how come nothing happened to them? How come the
But
people
sir, we're
that-
talking about
how
people
come
that
the
were
people-
seen
No, no,
beating
no. We're
officers
talking
with
about federal
flagpoles,
buildings.
dragging them down the stairs. They're on
They
video.
try-
Have you seen that
Really?
video,
Oh,
sir?
really? Well, they
you would
shot-
pardon those. You would pardon those rioters?
They shot a young lady in the face who was protesting. They shot her in the face. You know, nobody died that day. You do know that. But people died in Seattle. Nobody died, but people died in
140
Minneapolis.
officers
You know,
were
people died in
assaulted that
Minneapolis.
day.
And nothing happens, and nobody ever talks, and nothing happens to those people. But you went after the J6 people with a vengeance. And I'll tell you what about the cops that were, and I'm all for the police, as you know, but what about the police that are ushering everybody into the Capitol? Go in, go in, go in. What about that? Look, nothing is perfect in life, but you have people from Minneapolis, you have people just from 5 days ago in Washington, D.C. They were having fistfights and fighting with the police. They were spraying and destroying, they were desecrating our monuments in Washington, D.C. 5 days ago, and nothing happened to them. And you can't have two systems of justice. That's why they went after me as a political opponent, because they felt they couldn't win without doing that. And we're going to win our cases and we're going to be vindicated. But I have to spend a lot of time on that and money. That's what they want. After the election, they won't care. Although in my case, I think they probably will, because the hatred is pretty deep. But I'll tell you, they went after me as a political opponent. That's never happened in our country before. And it sets a terrible, terrible precedent.
What do you do on day one if you win? What's your first thing?
What do I do? I close the border. And I do two things because I can do a lot of things simultaneously. I close the border. We don't want people coming. We want people to come in, Harris, but they have to be vetted. They have to be checked. They have to come in legally. We want people. I want people to come into our country, but they have to be vetted. They have to be checked. So when you say, what do I do? That, and I drill, baby, drill. I bring energy way down. I bring interest rates down. I bring inflation way down so people can buy bacon again, so people can buy a ham sandwich again, so that people can go to a restaurant and afford it. Because right now, people can't buy food. Your grocery bills are up 40, 50, 60%, right? She's agreeing to me. Oh, she's agreeing. Thank you. I like you very much.
Mr. President, I think we are.
But it's true. Your grocery bills are up. And then they're mandating that you buy an all-electric car. You know, Elon Musk endorsed me, and he's a friend of mine. He's a good guy. He's a smart guy. But I'm against everybody having an electric car, okay? I'm very much against that. You have to be able to, if you want a hybrid or if you want a gasoline-propelled car. But, you know, we have more liquid gold, gasoline, oil, under our feet than any other country, more than Saudi Arabia, more than Russia, more than any other country. I want to use it. I want to use what we have. I want to bring down prices, bring down costs, and I also have to stop the invasion. And remember, they're taking your jobs. These people coming in are taking your jobs.
Project 2025.
I think we have to leave it there by the Trump team.
All right.
So leave it. That is the last word. Thank you so much, Mr. Trump, for coming today and joining us.
Well, thank you very much.
They've been telling us.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, very much. Great
Thank you,
honor.
Mr. President.
Thank you.
NEBJ will email
What did I
us
miss?
regarding the conversation with Vice President Kamala Harris in September. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I don't know what all I missed. Sorry about that, guys. So I'm going to catch up with chat. Interesting, eh? Oh, this will be good too. Do you ever watch Sidebar? You guys ever watch Sidebar? Long Crime Sidebar. I really like Long Crime Sidebar. With Jesse Weber. Let's see here. Long Crime. Sidebar. I should have let it completely play out because what's Sidebar? From 19 hours ago. So this you guys might be interested in.
New developments in the ongoing investigation into the shooting of former President Donald Trump. Never before seen text messages amongst law enforcement, a key detail in the shooter's life, and members of a local SWAT team speak out for the first time. Former Secret Service agent Charles Marino comes back on to break it all down. And at the very end, we have a sampling of some key new testimony on Capitol Hill. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. we are getting a much clearer understanding of the timeline and the events leading up to the shooting of former President Donald Trump back on July 13th out in Butler, Pennsylvania, and we're going to talk about it. A shooting that left Donald Trump wounded, 2 people critically injured, David Dutch, James Copenhaver, 1 person killed, Corey Comparator. A shooting that authorities say was carried out by 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks. And as we reported, especially last week after the testimony of FBI Director Christopher Wray, who testified in front of the House Judiciary Committee, we still do not know the motive of this shooter, which is so eerie. And as Wray testified, they looked at his internet history, his phones. Over 400 interviews have been conducted, including with Crooks' parents. And what we also want to know is how this happened. How on earth could this have happened? That's where those other investigations come into play. The Homeland and Security Inspector General's probes, the internal review set up by Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. However, the New York Times has just published some very revealing text messages that, again, provide a clearer picture of the timeline and what law enforcement knew leading up to the shooting. And here is the alarming thing. Crooks was apparently on law enforcement's radar 90 minutes before the shooting. 90 minutes. We thought it was an hour, but now 90 minutes. And this local counter sniper team has spoken out for the first time now on ABC, and we're going to get to that. But also, Donald Trump will be interviewed as part of this ongoing FBI investigation. And we are learning more information about Crooks too. So obviously a lot is happening. So as we get into all these updates, and clearly there's a lot going on, I want to bring back here on Sidebar Charles Marino, former member of the Secret Service, former senior law enforcement advisor to the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. He's been following this developing story with us. Charles, thank you so much for coming back here on Sidebar. Before we even get into the text and the timeline, and that's really a crucial point of this investigation, I want your opinion on something else, because it has been reported that Crooks had made 25 gun-related purchases between the spring of 2023 and the first half of 2024, that he had been buying supplies to make homemade explosives. We call these, rudimentary explosives, that they were found in his car. He had a remote detonator on him. And it was revealed that there were packages that were continually coming to the house where he lived with his parents, like fertilizer pellets and radio devices, again, to be used to make bombs. Well, Kevin Rojek, who's the special agent in charge of the FBI's Pittsburgh field office, he said yesterday that the shooter had a long interest in science and things like this, and had been doing experiments and things like that over a period of time. And for that reason, it seems he was saying that the parents weren't concerned and they weren't focused on this idea of him committing an attack of this nature or harming any people. And Rojek said that the parents had been extremely cooperative from the first night we approached them. He went on to say that the parents have said in their interviews that they had no advanced knowledge of any of this. We do find that to be credible at this stage, but pending additional investigation. Again, we're not ruling any possibility out as far as what was in the home. So that's a big development in my mind, Charles. What do you take away from that?
So these purchases were spread out far enough and were not large enough to set off any external tripwires, which is why the FBI has now expressed an opinion related to the parents as to whether they felt there was anything suspicious. You combine that with the interest in science, the interest in weapons. We recall the shooter had access to a gun range, which he frequented on occasion. So none of this stood out to them. And unfortunately, this was kind of the last line of defense for law enforcement. They knew that the child had suspected mental illness, had access to firearms, and was purchasing these ingredients that could be used for explosives. Yet nothing.
Chris Hughes, what did your last comment say? Because I don't see it on here. What did it say? If it was racist, it wouldn't have got posted, but I don't see where you made a comment.
Was put together or reported by the parents, which is concerning.
And this is consistent with what Director Ray testified last.
And just let me say, I post whatever I want as far as comments. I'm the only one that shows the comments. So that's all on me, but I don't see any comment that you made.
This week, because when he was asked about the parents' knowledge, he said they've been cooperative. And again, he doubled down on there's no reason to believe that Crooks had any kind of accomplices or help, but it's also an ongoing investigation. I will tell you, though, it was reported, I believe yesterday, that Crooks' father was seen leaving a Pittsburgh building where there's 2 law firms located in that building. So it's not clear if he's speaking with an attorney or he's trying to hire an attorney or even if he's visiting an attorney's office. But assuming he is, what would that tell you, Charles? Why would he be maybe seeking legal counsel at this point?
Well, because there was access to the firearm, which was used in the home, which was purchased by the father. I think we're going to see.
But to be fair, I've seen reporting that Crooks purchased it from his father, so that his father purchased it in 2013 and Crooks had purchased it from him in the fall.
Either way is still bad. Because was it a legal sale of the firearm? I'm sure ATF is all over that right now as part of the investigation. Either way, if the parents were aware that there was a mental issue going on with this child, with this individual, and it wasn't taken care of, then there is legal exposure here. Because that firearm should have been secured in the home if there was this issue with the mental illness. So I think there's exposure there. It would not surprise me if they are actually talking to an attorney or two, because there's going to be some civil and possibly some criminal actions against the family.
It's interesting. We did a whole sidebar on what the potential liability for the parents is, but that was in the early stages of this investigation. As things develop, we shall see. But the expert that I spoke to that day said he's not convinced that the parents face any kind of significant liability. But again, we'll see what happens. I mean, I do think this is interesting. The FBI also came.
Well, Chris, I don't see that you posted that. I went back and looked, and I'm not sure what you mean by that, but. And why was my last comment not posted? It could be something YouTube is kicking out because it's not one of the mods.
Out and said that Crooks' quote primary social circle was his family. Mr. Rojek said, "We have identified only a couple people who we would call his friends, and most of those contacts were in fact dated. Even his gaming platforms, we see very little interaction with other individuals, which is obviously outside the norm with what you normally see, particularly in gamers. To date, we have not found anyone that is really close to him in any type of social circle." Before we move on again to the text messages and the timeline, Charles, what's your thought on that?
And I'm going to disagree with you. I think Trump can handle his own, and I would keep throwing at Harris how she got people out of jail when they were rioting, burning the cities down. So I have all the faith in Trump as far as against Harris. So it is what it is.
Well, it sounds like he withdrew himself from society, mentally, verbally. The relationship, I'm sure, with the parents, an assumption on my part, was probably standoffish. Typically is what you find in these types of cases, where the family doesn't suspect any wrongdoing. But you're not going to see a high level of engagement, not because the family doesn't want to, it's that they're not allowed to. Because
what do you mean he showed all the troubles of seeing to lock up guns? Did you not just hear what we heard, Chris? He bought several guns. Let's not go blaming the parents because it was the dad's AR-15, okay? Because they went shooting together all the time. What signs? Like, I don't understand what you're saying. There were signs. Are you a psychologist? Because I'm missing out on what you're saying here.
the individual has just withdrawn themselves from everyday activities and conversations. But what I can tell you is with the limited digital footprint, we're still waiting on information about the encrypted related apps that the shooter used. We may hear about some of that from the deputy director of the FBI today when he testifies, but it really sounds like there was not much activity there either. So what does that mean for us? Well, it means that because of this, possibly because of this mental illness, because of the results of that in terms of how he interacted and with the very few people that he interacted with, that this turned out to be a true lone wolf attack. Something that was not shared, discussed, or even discovered by his own family.
Hey, we're going to get right back to the story in a minute, but I want to call out our incredible sponsor here on Sidebar, Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. If you should find yourself in a position where you're hurt and you need legal representation, Morgan & Morgan and their firm of over 1,000 attorneys may be who you want in your corner because they're specialists in this area. They have secured multiple multi-million-dollar verdicts and settlements across this country. They also make the process so easy for their clients because from starting your claim to talking to your legal team, it can all be done from your smartphone. Also, this is a firm where there's no upfront fee. You only pay them if you win. So if you're injured, you can easily start a claim at forthepeople.com/LC Sidebar. Okay, now I really want to focus on what I wanted to really talk to you about was this text messages and timeline that came out. I find this really illuminating and fascinating. So let's break this down. And again, these are text messages that were first published by the New York Times. It appears they were distributed or disseminated by Senator Chuck Grassley. So these text messages, and to give everybody a timeline, the shooting happened at 6:11 p.m. on July 13th. But at 4:19 p.m., a local counter sniper texts a group of team members, "Guys, I am out, be safe." And this is when he apparently left the second floor of a warehouse that overlooked the Butler rally site. There were two other counter snipers still there. Then you have this officer noticing Crooks sitting on a picnic table. So at 4:26 p.m., he texts his colleagues, "Someone followed our lead and snuck in and parked by our cars, just so you know. I'm just letting you know because you see me go out with my rifle and put it in my car, so he knows you guys are up there. He's sitting to the direct right on a picnic table about 50 yards from the exit." 5:10 p.m. Crooks is no longer at the picnic table. He's below the counter snipers who are positioned in a warehouse, and one of the local snipers takes a picture of him. I believe it's at around 5:14 p.m. 5:38 p.m. The photos of Crooks are shared in a group chat, and then there's this text: "Kid learning around building we are in." I think it was a typo, but leaning, learning, lurking. AGR, I believe it is. "I did see him with a rangefinder looking towards stage. FYI, if you want to notify SS snipers to look out. I lost sight of him. Also, a bike with backpack sitting next to it in rear of building that was not seen earlier." Then there's another text: "Call into command and have a uniform check it out." And it has been reported that the photos were in fact shared with Secret Service. So Charles, what does that tell you? Those text messages, that timeline of events, again, outlined in what we just saw in these messages.
Well, with the original text string there, you would hope that immediately, if it raised suspicion, that would have been communicated into the command post, which of course has Secret Service and the state and local law enforcement representatives that are participating in the overall security plan. It doesn't sound like it was. It sounds like this stayed amongst the officers until somebody says, share this with the command center. Now, still a significant enough amount of time that teams should have been dispatched to find this kid and find him quickly. And enough time to say to the protectee, the former president, if needed, hold on a second, we're not going to go out to the stage until we resolve this and find this person. So it doesn't seem like anything like that happened. So I think what we're going to find is what we've spoken about before, is that this overarching security failure of not securing the building properly, et cetera, is going to show a whole bunch of failures in the area of communication, coordination, and resourcing.
Talk about failures in a second. You know what's alarming about this, Charles? This is what I wanted to ask you, is how Crooks was seemingly able to get the upper hand and expose the vulnerabilities that day from law enforcement and Secret Service, that he visited the site the day before Secret Service. He used a drone to scope out the site for about 11 minutes. Secret Service apparently didn't do that. That he escaped detection after leaving that picnic table. He was watching the snipers. He climbs on the roof of the AGR building that was unmanned, and this was outside the security perimeter. He set up his rifle that may have had a collapsible stock, so that could have made it difficult to see what he was carrying, and he opened fire. So was it just luck, or do you think he realized, hey, I see the lack of security here? Because somebody going into that, I would imagine they would think, how am I going to get away with this? So that's the part that always struck me as odd. Did he see the vulnerabilities and say, I can pull this off?
Well, we knew that there was pre-planning involved from the very start. I predicted that and said this wasn't the first time that this person went out to the site, the shooter. Then we hear about the drone several hours before. Again, you've got law enforcement and agents out there at the event site several hours before. So why wasn't that drone seen? Never mind the fact that there may or may not have been technology to identify and mitigate that threat, but it should have been seen, even if it was outside the outer perimeter, and it should have been taken note of. And you're right, he did not see any deterrence from getting on top of that roof. I am convinced he identified that building as the best location. The roof is the best location to shoot from with the direct line of sight. So the plan was in place. However, and it's not uncommon, he was asking to be interviewed. He was asking to be encountered through his actions by law enforcement. This is not uncommon. He was looking to be confronted. Now, would the confrontation of law enforcement led to a shootout between officers and him? Possibly. I'm convinced that this was a one-way trip for this shooter, and he realized that possibility. But he was asking to be approached, and it didn't happen. And why it didn't happen is a huge question that's still outstanding with all these law enforcement resources at that event site.
Oh, it's one of the number one questions about why he wasn't confronted properly. Charles, I want to talk about some people who are speaking out to the media. So we have these members of this local SWAT team that were at Butler that day, and they sat down with ABC News. They sat down with Good Morning America and acknowledged that there was a communication issue. I mean, one member of that team, Mike Priolo, said how after the shooting, I remember standing in the parking lot talking to one of the guys. We just became part of history, and not in a good way. And then he said this.
I think we all failed that day.
How so? Life is lost.
Yeah. People died. And if there's anything that we could have done to stop that, we should have done.
And then we have Jason Woods, leader for Beaver County's Emergency Services Unit and SWAT sniper team. He explained to ABC that his unit was supposed to meet with Secret Service before the rally, but apparently that never happened. He said, quote, that was probably a pivotal point where I started thinking things were wrong because the meeting never happened. We had no communication, not until after the shooting. Charles, what do you make of that?
Well, if this is in fact true, then this entire situation, even though it's hard to believe it could get any worse, is actually getting much worse for the Secret Service. That is standard, especially when it comes to special operations teams. You have briefings for the poststanders that are there, those agents and officers that are assigned to secure the event. You have a separate briefing for special operations teams like counter assault team, counter sniper team. So the fact that this did not happen is a big problem. And especially if it was included in the overarching security plan. So again, a lot of questions need to be asked about this. I think we're gonna hear them this morning for sure. This is going to be a contentious hearing. We've got an acting director now of the Secret Service who, during the assassination attempt, was the deputy director. came out with a message in support of the now former director who was forced to resign. So there's going to be a lot of questions about his accountability during all of this, and also what the overarching failures were here and what he's going to do to immediately fix it.
Problem with this is there's crosstalk. There's people pointing the finger at one another and saying, this is what happened. This is what happened. I mean, Charles, I want your opinion on this real quick before we talk about Donald Trump being interviewed. The Pennsylvania State Police Commissioner, Christopher Parris, testified last week on Capitol Hill that 2 local police officers left their positions to look for Thomas Matthew Crooks because he had been ID'd as a suspicious person. But then the Butler County DA, Richard Goldinger, says that's not true. Only 1 person left. And he said, quote, to say that these officers left their post is a misstatement. They performed the duties to which they were assigned. Charles, who do we believe here? And is it strange that not every agency is on the same page?
It's horrible that this has now turned into, a he said conversation, especially with respect to the Secret Service mission and reliance around the country and the world, for that matter, on state and local resources to fulfill their mission. So I can assure you it's not good because other state and local law enforcement agencies are paying attention to this. The Secret Service came out very early and received significant blowback on pointing the finger at state and local law enforcement for doing exactly what was described. Not being on the roof as assigned, leaving their post. Look, whether it's 2 people left their post or 1 person left their post, I've never heard of a counter sniper team abandoning their post to go find somebody. That just doesn't happen in our world. There are other resources that should be conducting that manhunt to find this person, including the protective intelligence team, which should be part of the Secret Service planning, which includes an agent and a local officer that's meant to do exactly what this scenario needed, which was to identify and interview this guy, Crooks, and say, what are you doing here? What's your purpose? Can we get consent to search your backpack? Can we get consent to search you? And determine right away if he's a threat or not, and at least have him in some temporary custody and have eyes on him.
So, Charles, I want to end this by asking one more question about this. Going back to the FBI investigation, it's been reported that Donald Trump has agreed to sit for a standard interview with the FBI. Is this standard? What can we expect from his statements, and why do they want to interview him? What does he add to this investigation?
Well, I mean, the last situation that we have that occurred like this that we could use as a reference was in 1981 with the Reagan attempted assassination. And if memory serves me correct, he was also spoken to by the FBI during that investigation. So the former president Trump is being interviewed as a victim, essentially, by the FBI to help provide what his actual injuries were based on the gunshot, the actions afterwards, what he was likely told, if anything, about a potential threat beforehand, which sounds like he wasn't, based on his own media interviews, and anything else that he can provide to the FBI of significance that would help piece this all together.
It's his perspective is important. The victim's perspective is always important in any kind of investigation.
It is.
Charles Marino, thanks so much for coming on. You've been a busy man. A lot happening in this case.
Thank you.
So thank you for taking the time.
Yes. You're welcome. Thanks.
So after we finished our interview with Charles Marino, and as he alluded to, there was a hearing on Capitol Hill where Acting Director of the Secret Service Ronald Rowe Jr. and FBI Deputy Director Paul Abate appeared for a joint hearing with the Senate Judiciary and Homeland Security Committees about the shooting at Butler, Pennsylvania. Now, it is important to note, this is the first time someone from the Secret Service has testified since the former director of the Secret Service testified, Kimberly Cheadle, and we all remember how her testimony went. It ended with her ending up resigning the very next day. So here's a sampling of some of what went down in this hearing, and we will plan to do a full recap of this testimony on another sidebar.
I will not wait for the results of those findings to assess where we failed that day. I have taken and will continue to take immediate steps to ensure we do not repeat those failures. Since my appointment as the acting director 1 week ago, I identified gaps in our security on July 13th and have implemented corrective actions. One of my first actions as acting director was traveling to the Butler Farm Show site to better understand how our protection failed. I went to the roof of the AGR building where the assailant fired shots, and I laid in a prone position to evaluate his line of sight. What I saw made me ashamed. As a career law enforcement officer and a 25-year veteran with the Secret Service, I cannot defend why that roof was not better secured. To prevent similar lapses from occurring in the future, I directed our personnel to ensure every event site security plan is thoroughly vetted by multiple experienced supervisors before it is implemented. It is clear to me that other protective enhancements could have strengthened our security at the Butler event. As such, I have directed the expanded use of unmanned aerial systems at protective sites to help detect threats on roofs and other elevated threats. I've also directed resources to facilitate our protective site communications, particularly our communications with our state and local partners. In addition, I have instructed the asset request for Secret Service protective details to be approved expeditiously and have ordered the maximum use of requested personnel at protective sites to address this heightened security environment.
Something just very recently uncovered that I want to share is a social media account which is believed to be associated with the shooter in about the 2019-2020 timeframe. There were over 700 comments posted from this account. Some of these comments, if ultimately attributable to the shooter, appear to reflect anti-Semitic and anti-immigration themes, to espouse political violence, and are described as extreme in nature. While the investigative team is still working to verify this account to determine if it did in fact belong to the shooter, we believe it important to share and note it today, particularly given the general absence of other information to date from social media and other sources of information that reflect on the shooter's potential motive and mindset.
All right, everybody, that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. I'll speak to you next time.
ABC 9 News investigation. Former KCK Police Detective Roger Golubski will stand trial in December.
And he faces criminal charges in 2 federal cases. KMBC 9's Jackson Kurtz is live from downtown KCK after talking with a group that supports the detective's accusers.
Yeah, well, that group More Squared, who says that they talked to women who say they were raped by Roger Golubski. They say this trial has been a long time coming. Former KCK detective Roger Golubski will finally see his day in courts.
Finally, like some kind of justice for these folks who have been so beaten down.
In one case, Golubski is accused of abusing his authority as a law enforcement officer to repeatedly sexually assault 2 victims, including a minor.
We believe Roger Golubski has been assaulting and harming Black women since his earliest days on the police department, and also men.
In the other case, he's charged with helping run a sex trafficking ring targeting several young women, including a minor. The group More Squared says this trial is only happening because of the brave women who came forward.
And we think it's high time that something happened.
This is a police officer out of Kansas City, Kansas, homicide detective. Also on the first 48 hours. And the things he did is absurd. Let me get this called, I'll be back.
Something happened to this man. And it's hard to celebrate anybody getting indicted or having a criminal when you're us, when you fight for the kind of change and reform we want, except this guy. Women's courage has led this.
Now, opening arguments start on December 6th, and the trial is expected to end January 2025. It will be in Topeka. Live in KCK, Jackson Kurtz, KMBC 9 News.
All right, Jackson, thanks. As we've said, KMBC 9 Investigates has been following this story for years. We have links to 10 of our past reports right now at kmbc.com. You'll find those links inside the story on the homepage.
Afternoon. Golubski faces 2 cases related to sexually abusing and trafficking women. KMBC 9's Andy Alcock is joining us live in Topeka, where a news conference will be held in advance of today's hearing. Andy?
Yes, Kelly, that news conference is scheduled to begin at the bottom of the hour, 12:30, here in Topeka outside the federal courthouse. Take a look behind me and you can see a podium is already set up for several speakers we are expecting to hear from today with the hashtag in front, Justice for KCK. Now, we were last here on February 29th. At that time, federal prosecutors filed a motion to revoke Golubski's pretrial house arrest and put him in jail. That motion came after Golubski was photographed and videotaped at a KCK fast food restaurant in January. However, federal magistrate judge denied the motion, stating a single violation in a year and a half wasn't enough to revoke pretrial house arrest. Now, according to court records filed by his attorney, Golubski, a diabetic, stopped at a fast food restaurant on his way home from a doctor's appointment to keep his blood sugar in check. In one of the federal cases against him, Golubski is accused of abusing his authority as a law enforcement officer to repeatedly sexually assault 2 victims, including a minor. In the other case, he's charged with helping run a sex trafficking ring targeting several young women, including a minor. Now, court records say Golubski specifically targeted vulnerable Black women. Some of those women who have been targeted have come forward publicly. They have spoken to us as well. We will cover this news conference live, again, coming up at 12:30. Reporting live in Topeka, Andy Alcock, KMBC 9 News. Kelly?
Andy?
This case has been going on for far too long. Just because he's got diabetes, he got house arrest. It has been crazy. Carrie hit me up with this a long time ago. I actually had, I've had several people hit me up. Right now I'm in the middle of the Veronica Julian case, but December I plan on being there in the Capitol to voice my concerns. It's really kind of crazy because another person I worked with, last name Golubski, related by marriage. Allowed to stay on house arrest.
A former Kansas City, Kansas police detective will stay on house arrest. Roger Golubski is facing 2 criminal cases accused of sexually assaulting women. KMBC 9's Annie Alcock made that trip to Topeka, where it was an emotional day in that courtroom.
That attempt to revoke Golubski's pretrial house arrest came after he was spotted at a KCK fast food restaurant last month. However, Magistrate Judge Rachel Schwartz called it highly unusual for the government to seek revocation of pretrial release conditions over a single violation in a year and a half. The judge denied that motion, also noting Golubski's trip to a KCK Culver's, while a violation of his release, was not a crime and not enough to detain him before trial. CC Mank, a community activist.
So house arrest for anybody else is house arrest. But for this decorated homicide detective, he don't have to follow the rules, and he's did some very gruesome crimes, and I don't think they figured out exactly what all he did. There's been some deaths. I covered this one other time, Carrie. I've never forgot about it. I stay on top of it. I had a chance today to show it. It's horribly sad, and this guy was literally on the first 48 hours with my cousin's out of Tulsa, and he's on the first 48 hours. And why the federal judge? Listen, people have kidney failures all the time. They don't get house arrest. They go to jail till trial. He shouldn't even have a bond, but he's got house arrest. But he was caught at a fast food restaurant. He didn't even just go through the drive-thru. Said he was having a diabetic problem and went into the restaurant and sat and ate. And it's like a Brahms, but it's steak and something. I forgot what it's called, but crazy shit.
Was in tears after the ruling.
Then not sanctioned. Judge just kind of, he really wasn't sanctioned. This is a federal case too.
Is unbelievable, unbelievable. And then the fact that his lawyer and him come out here laughing, they don't care. They don't care. And I don't believe the judge does either.
Judge Schwartz did add language to Golubski's pretrial release to make it clear he must be home all the time, with the exception of trips to the doctor, his lawyer, and court. In her words, quote, "I don't want him out in the community." We asked Golubski's attorney, Chris Joseph, about Judge Schwartz's ruling. Chris, are you satisfied with the result today?
No comment.
Michelle Hawks and Ophelia Williams say Golubski molested them. Both women were in court for the hearing.
He got away with it, so I think he'll try it again, but I do believe that the noose is a little tighter on him.
He's above the law, you know, because he's an ex-police officer.
While Michelle and Ophelia are disappointed by the judge's decision, they remain hopeful they'll get justice. In Topeka, Andy Alcock, KMBC 9 News.
Now, in his 2 federal cases, Golubski is charged with repeatedly sexually assaulting 2 women in one case, and he's accused of running a sex trafficking ring in the other case.
Sad, sickening. Sickening. Makes good law enforcement officers look bad. And on house arrest. I want to find you some more on Golubski, like when this all went down. And it's been over a year ago.
A former Kansas City, Kansas police detective could be thrown in jail as he awaits trial on several sex crime charges.
Roger Golubski is under house arrest, but prosecutors say he isn't following the rules. Let's go to KMBC 9's Martin Augustine, who's live with the story. Martin, he is set to be in federal court today, right?
He is, Donna. Golubski was spotted and photographed in a fast food restaurant in January. So today, that federal judge will listen to arguments about whether or not that warrants the revocation of his pretrial house arrest. Now, Golubski, accused of sexually assaulting women and taking part in a sex trafficking ring while on the job as a detective with the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department, is under orders to remain confined to his home. His stop at the fast food restaurant, one of his accusers says, should put him behind bars.
How many times has it been with someone where he's been where he's not supposed to be at without someone recording him? That's the question. Y'all supposed to know where he is at all times, and y'all not monitoring him. He can go do something to someone else and go back home.
Golubski does have diabetes, and his attorney will argue that the stop at the restaurant was a step to get his blood sugar under control. As far as his trial goes, there's no date for a start on that yet. The next court hearing in that matter will happen in late May. Reporting live, Martin Augustine, KBC 9 News.
This case is a big one. It has not got the exposure it should have gotten, that's for sure. Why is that? I want to say 38 years with the department. That's off of memory. I'm going to see if I can't find it for you.
Yeah, we were out here yesterday when local and out-of-state organizations were calling on accountability from the KCK Police Department. Some of those same organizations say this is a step toward getting answers to their questions. Others say it won't happen if it's in the wrong hands.
I expect there to be additional to Roger. I expect there to be additional indictments to people beyond Roger Golubski, because people who are on the ground in Wyandotte County know that he didn't happen in isolation.
The tip of the iceberg is what Marcus Wynn calls the newest developments in the Roger Golubski case. And he says he expects more to unfold with the recent developments out of Wyandotte County.
Vote is 9-0. That motion carries. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Commission. You guys have been great. Thank you so much.
Thursday night, the unified government approved a resolution supporting funds to
I'll
digitize
cover it.
case
I got
files.
you.
If the files are digitized, investigators can look into every case Golubski was a part of by just searching his name. Golubski was recently indicted for protecting sex traffickers and being paid to do it. He also faces federal charges for civil rights violations by coercing Black women whose relatives were accused of crimes.
Golubski was so corrupt that every case he touched is now suspect.
Local organizations say this is a positive development, but Justice for Wyandotte doesn't want the district attorney's office involved in the investigation.
Yeah, we believe that overall, the Justice Department needs to come in and set up camp in the unified government and the police department and the district attorney's office.
Khadijah Hardaway believes the Department of Justice should oversee the digitized files or have full control. And the KCK Police Department says it plans to hold a meeting on Monday on how the department will work with other officials to review Golubski's case files. Tia Johnson, Fox 4, working for you.
Garner and the unified government. And once I go through my prepared remarks, I will allow them to make their statements, and then we'll take questions. So first of all, Roger Golubski does not represent the culture, vision, or mission of the current Kansas City, Kansas Police Department. This department is filled with dedicated and community committed men and women that put their lives on the line every day to serve the citizens of KCK. I would like to make it clear.
Carrie, if your person, your friend, wants to come on my channel, give her my number, and I'll be happy to interview her on the channel or say anything she wants. I do have 2 friends from high school that are on this and are pulling a bunch of records that do news out of KCMO, but they have the rights to KCK. So I do got people on it, even though I had not had a chance to get back with you. Believe me, I'll be there protesting with everybody else come December. Watch.
Corruption in any form will not be tolerated on KCK PD. As chief, I have set clear expectations that officers that willfully violate policy or the law will be and have been held accountable by discipline, termination, or criminal.
Anybody else with diabetes, they'd be in jail, period. Cancer, they're in jail, but not this police officer. No. Federal judge gives him house arrest. What the hell?
Charges. As chief, we have implemented the following
covered it, Jamie, but
reforms
I'll
and
cover it
initiatives.
more.
One, we've created a community liaison to work with our community,
Yeah, he did falsely
especially
imprison
members of our Black and
down
brown
jail.
community.
Last
year we've had.
I do believe the Brady list is going to come into effect on this too. Every case that Golubski's had a part of has to be redone. Is crazy.
Had 2 Spanish language Citizens Academy We do a Facebook Live monthly to do interactions with the community where the community can ask questions of me directly. And we do this every second Tuesday of the month and have been since August of 2021. Created in January a cold case squad to look at our unsolved homicides, particularly those involving female victims. I've created in August of 2021, created a shoot review violent crime investigative accountability session where all members of command staff, detectives, as well as all of our federal partners, probation and parole, the DA's office is all in the room as we present violent crime cases from non-fatal shootings to homicides. And this is to ensure that detectives have the resources and also that detectives are following the evidence and staying focused on the suspect. And this is based on everyone in the room giving suggestions to ensure that the detectives don't go in a direction that the evidence don't support. Worked with the Justice and Equity Coalition to become compliant with Campaign Zero, 8 Can't Wait campaign as of December 2021. And what that is that's a national campaign through Campaign Zero that there's 8 use of force items that each police department needs to be in compliance, which they believe will reduce excessive use of force. And those are banned chokeholds and strangleholds, required de-escalation, require warning before deadly force, exhaust all alternatives before deadly force, duty to intervene, ban shooting and moving vehicles, and have a use of force continuum, and require comprehensive reporting. The Kansas City, Kansas Police Department is one of few police departments in the country that as of December of 2021 has come in compliant with the 8 standards that I just mentioned. Another initiative brought in the FBI to conduct color of law training for all supervisors and commanders so they can identify early any issues involving color of law violations. All members receive yearly implicit bias training, have required all sergeants and commanders to attend a supervisory school. And I have personally conducted supervisor bias training with all supervisors and commanders. Another initiative we started, and this will be an annual thing, is our community peace walk, which we started in March, where we had all members of the community walk together with the police in solidarity to show the community that the community and police are working together to build stronger relationships. And then our summer youth activities, which involved summer youth academies, a youth conflict football camp, as well as doing this summer, we had 4 community cookout and listen sessions throughout KCK community. Now, back to Roger Golubski. Roger Golubski has been charged with deplorable crimes. Although the crimes date back 20 to 25 years ago, he did wear the uniform and caused pain to members of this community and shame to the badge. Based on these charges, Golubski's tenure in law enforcement was a moral, ethical, and legal failure. As chief, I will be putting in place 2 key initiatives related to the ongoing federal investigation of former KCPD Detective Roger Golubski. Roger Golubski, in his time as a detective from 1988 to 2002, investigated or was involved in the investigation of 155 cases. So the plan that we will be putting in place, 1, establishing a team of detectives and commanders to review all of Roger's investigative cases. And that procedure will be, they will look at 3 areas where policies and procedures followed during the investigation. 2, were investigative techniques used ethical and legal? And 3, does the evidence in the case support identification of a suspect in the case if a suspect was identified? If any of these, if the review team discovers an issue with any of these 3 areas, the FBI and Wyandotte County DA will be notified and the case will be assigned to our cold case unit for further investigation. The second initiative is to conduct an internal review of Golubski's tenure from 1975 to 2010 and use these findings to ensure that officers such as Golubski will never have the opportunity to exist in the future. These 2 initiatives will not be quick, but will be thorough. The estimated time to review all cases is 18 to 24 months. At this time, I would like to turn it over to DA Dupree.
Thank you, Chief. Mark Dupree, District Attorney of Wyandotte County. Upon last week, I had the honor of speaking to the Unified Government Commission, at which point we requested $1.7 million to assist in reviewing Golubski files. Our files in the Wyandotte County District Attorney's Office prior to 2007 were all paper and have been all stored in the old jail in a extremely hazardous situation, one by which is not searchable and is indeed unorganized. Nevertheless, since 2017, since this administration came into office at the beginning of that year, and having first been encountering Lamont McIntyre in his case, it was through that nearly year-long investigation and process that we then found that there were multiple
November
concerns
2022.
with the detective on Mr. McIntyre's case, Roger.
And near 2 years ago.
Once the court found that there was manifest injustice.
Hopefully you're hearing me, Carrie. This was one from November 21st, 2022.
That ultimately showed in the court that Mr. McIntyre should receive a new trial. My office then dismissed his case, at which point he was then released. From the moment Mr. McIntyre was released in 2017, my office has reviewed Golubski files. We have gone upstairs to this hazardous jail and we have looked for files.
Finally,
we have
LE
received
right
cases through our conviction integrity unit with Roger Golubski's name. And since then, we have continued to review his cases to the extent that we could find his files. I say that to make sure that.
Well, this guy's been trying to do something. It's in the federal government, and it's the federal judge who is refusing to do something, is my opinion on it. If I'm wrong, Carrie, correct me. But this guy came in hot and heavy, got all the evidence, is doing it all, got the ball rolling. They deemed it to be federal, and it's a federal judge that's allowing him to be on house arrest and do all the crazy shit he's doing.
That it is evident that since 2017, this administration has been reviewing these files based off of the McIntyre investigation. But we went further. We reached out to the Department of Justice, we reached out to the FBI, we reached out to the Kansas Bureau of Investigation, and ultimately, we reached out to the U.S. Attorney for the state of Kansas to ask them to review
That'd be Chris Kobach, and
Lamont McIntyre's case, as well as concerns that we had with Mr. Golubski. In 2018, the FBI at that time could not, for whatever reason, take those cases. We then gave it to the Kansas Bureau of Investigation. That director was willing to review the cases and our concerns. We did not ask KCKPD to review them at that time.
Yes, he's did a lot, but they're going over every bit of it. He falsely got people imprisoned. He planted evidence. There's a lot of bodies missing. Like, there's more to this guy. And I don't care if you've been a homicide detective 38 years. I don't care if you're on a very seen TV show the first 48 hours. Well, what's going on? Like, I don't understand.
Because at that time, the chief of police was Roger Galewski's former partner. So we went with the Kansas Bureau of Investigation. After a year or so of that investigation, we were then able to speak and meet again with the FBI and the then serving Kansas U.S. Attorney McAllister, who then was able to take on that investigation. And then they received all of the information, all of the files that we as the district attorney's office had given to the Kansas Bureau of Investigation to investigate Roger Galewski. Let's speed up. That is where we are now. After that investigation,
I'll do it for you.
The FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office, through its hard work, was able to indict Roger Galewski. This is something that the District Attorney's Office was.
And when you say indictments, to me, I think major shit. But look at Kevin McIntyre. Look at this guy. What the hell?
Hoping for it and did our part in since 2017. It should also be noted that it wasn't until 2021 when Chief Oakman came into play that the cooperation from the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department was able to happen with the FBI. Information was not passed along. The investigation was stunted. And this department was not cooperative with that investigation until Chief Oakman got into place. Once Chief Oakman was able to get in here, the investigation began to make strides because information then was free flowing. As such, that is why we will, once receiving the $1.7 million, review every file that has Galewski's name on it. Not just the time that he was detective, but any case that has his name on it. This software will allow us to see it and to review it upon it being scanned in. We will finalize that funding tomorrow night at the commission meeting, rather afternoon at 4 o'clock in the commission chambers for a special session for that to be passed. Once we review those cases through our conviction integrity unit, we are asking as a part of that funding for an additional attorney to assist in that reviewing, as well as an additional victims advocate to assist in meeting and speaking with the victims on these cases, as they have a statutory right to know what's going on and how these reviews are occurring. Once all of that is passed, we will begin our legal process that will allow us to determine if there was a substantial concern or if there was not enough evidence in some of these cases. If that is the situation, I will then reach out to the chief to further collaborate as they will be doing their own investigation and we will be doing ours. It's also important to note that Roger Galewski was not just an officer at the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department, but after retiring here, he was a detective with the Edwardsville Police Department for 5 years, which also is within our jurisdiction. And so our office will be reviewing his cases there as well. What we have been asking for this unified government to give us the funding to do this work. In 2018, we asked for these files to be digitized because, again, we had just finished our investigation with Lamont McIntyre, and we desire to review those cases. Those funds at that time was denied. Here we are in 2022. Not only do we have a new chief who is willing and is doing his best to work, but we also have a new mayor who—
Well, it always falls on the DA anyway, whether or not what the chief does or anything. The DA always takes credit. That's everywhere. The same.
has constantly supported the desire to get the funds so that we can do our part for justice. We have a different posture with our commission. All At this point, we're willing to do whatever it takes to bring about justice. And so I want to make sure that it's clear that not only is the administration from the mayor's administration and its commission, but likewise under Chief Oakman and his new administration, they have had and continue to work for justice since the time that they have gone into office and work collaboratively with this administration and the Wyandotte County District Attorney's Office. And neither of the folks before us that held the positions before we did fought for the justice that we're fighting for now. At this time, Mayor Gardner.
Well, greetings, everyone. I just want to start by saying that I'll continue to stand with all those adversely impacted by allegations of criminal misconduct. I've made that clear from day one before I became mayor. I made it clear when I became mayor, and that position hasn't changed. I'm going to continue to support investigations, thorough investigations into any allegations that regarding any misconduct from any unified government employees. At the very beginning of taking office, I made it a top priority to meet with our criminal justice officials, particularly DA Dupree and our chief of police, to speak with them about allegations and the cries of so many in the community for investigations into this serious matter of community concern. This was done to fulfill my consistent commitment, again, to support, encourage, and welcome any independent outside investigations from authorities into any allegations of criminal misconduct by unified government employees, both past or present, and to reinforce my position that action should be taken. And so what you see here today is we're here today not because we don't care, but we're here today because we care about people, we care about lives, and yes, we're here because we are doing everything we can to facilitate making a difference. And this is unprecedented. I don't want that to go without being noted. And the DA hinted to that. I don't know.
I think he's a good mayor.
You may want to know. If we didn't have this district attorney, what would be the status of Lamont McIntyre to this day? If we did not have Chief Oakman fully cooperating in the way that he's done, where would we be with this conversation today?
Anyway, with this case, there was 2 falsely charged, spent several years in prison. They went over it, and they're out of jail now. Out of jail.
Cooperative and collaborating with making sure that we have all of the information in reviewing those cases. And we all know that Edwardsville is a very, very small town here. And so the number, I am not concerned
Kansas
with
City,
the amount of
Kansas,
cases
Wyandotte
that come
County.
from them, but they are in fact cooperating.
It's crazy. I'm just saying, it's crazy.
I do not, but thank you for bringing that up. The software, again, tomorrow night, tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock, the special session to
And that's our
actually
taxpayers'
give
money.
the funding to the DA's office is at 4 o'clock in the
I live
commission
in
chambers. I would encourage you to follow.
They can.
Once that is given, we have a start date of December 1st. And if the commission does as they promised the other night, then December 1st, we will begin moving boxes of files from the old jail of the courthouse. And then that process will take up to 18 months to get the files in.
You just might not think he's doing his job. There's a lot of files to go through, especially when they're handwritten.
There, but it will still allow us to begin to review. That is the first phase. The second phase is then pulling those cases and then doing an in-depth research and investigation concerning the legitimacy of the conviction or arrest concerning that. I have been in contact with many of my colleagues across the country, both in Chicago and other places who have experienced similar situations with officers and detectives. And I will tell you that it takes years. It takes years to properly go through these things. And quite frankly, to overturn a conviction, a jury conviction, our system, our legal system was not created to do that. And so it is a lot of legal hoops that our office will have to go through to do that. It took.
I want to show you something else that I found. I'm not skipping over that, Carrie, but I found this. This is back to the Trump thing. Check this out. I don't believe that. No, I met this guy and I don't know who he was. He smacked me on the ass and said, "Hi, I keep it, yeah." Why wouldn't you go straight to an official on that? I'm not going to entertain that. I can tell you that. I am going to entertain this.
That right. The clip is fueling major suspicion that she might have let the attack happen. The Secret Service's failure to protect Trump is now under a dark cloud of controversy. What's the real story here? This scandal is about to explode. Kimberly Cheatle linked with the shooter.
And these pictures of the items found on the roof, including a black cell phone and a gray wireless transmitter. Authorities.
You got any paperwork on that where you filed charges? Because if you do, I'll let you post that kind of stuff. But if you did not file charges and you don't have paperwork on it, please don't put that on the screen. We want truth here. Anyway, this is back to the Trump thing. Wait till you see this.
Say he intended to use to remotely detonate explosives in his car.
For starters, the FBI found a second phone belonging to Crooks, raising questions about his communications and connections. The Heritage Foundation's oversight project discovered that someone frequently visiting Crooks' home in Pennsylvania also made regular trips to a building near an FBI office in Washington. If that wasn't suspicious enough, investigators have identified 9 devices connected to Crooks' house and workplace. Looks like Crooks might have had some help trying to take out Trump. When people asked Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheatle about potential accomplices, she pointed them to the FBI. They found a Samsung Galaxy S10 at Crooks' place with some sketchy stuff on it. The last search history was full of terms like Trump rally security, how to use an AR-15, and escape routes in Butler, PA. As investigations continue, the possibility that this was an inside job remains a topic of intense speculation. If true, it would imply a profound betrayal by those closest to Trump, raising questions about loyalty, trust, and the lengths to which people will go to achieve their goals. The story is far from over, and as more details come to light, the full extent of the conspiracy may be revealed. This theory, if proven, would not only reshape our...
You could show yourself the door if you want to. Just because I disagree with something you say, then hit the door. I know that guy. I've met that guy. I've been around that guy. If he slapped you on the ass and did that, you should have made a report. Have you made reports on that? Listen, he's never slapped me on the ass, and I've never heard of that before. But if you're that fragile and you want to hit the door, hit the door. I'm trying to cover what you wanted me to cover, and I'm going to cover it whether you're here or not. But don't get snippy with me, because I can help you hit the door. I don't have a problem doing that. Now you've done pissed me off.
Our understanding of the attack, but also reveal a darker side of political maneuvering and betrayal. Moreover, the FBI is also reportedly seeking access to 3 encrypted accounts based overseas, allegedly belonging to Crooks.
And I defend only what I believe to be true. So you probably shouldn't be in my group anyway. Because basically you're calling me a liar, and I don't like it. So don't let that door hit you in the ass on the way out.
Sir Michael Waltz mentioned that he has been in discussions with agents as the FBI continues to probe the attack. He learned that the Bureau believes Thomas Crooks may have been linked to foreign accounts amid sensational rumors of an Iranian plot. The shooter had 3 encrypted accounts overseas. At the same time, we're having an Iranian plot, Waltz said. I think this is going to go much broader, much deeper. We're going to get to the bottom of this beginning Monday. Waltz added that agents are now looking to hold U.S. Secret Service Director.
Send that paperwork to me, and we'll see what we can do to get that followed up on. You never told me you had paperwork on it. You go on the live and you say he slapped you on the ass. You have not provided me with any paperwork like that. I worked for the state for 25 years. Not everybody's bad. So if you have paperwork on it, I want it, because I'm gonna follow up on it. I never called you a liar. I just said you can't go around saying stuff on here unless you have something to back it up. So I expect you to send that. You know how to reach me. Send me that paperwork.
Kimberly Cheatle to account over the assassination attempt, claiming they are pissed and frustrated over the lack of resources they have been provided. House Speaker Mike Johnson said he was ready to call on Joe Biden to fire Ms. Cheatle, as her office stated she would not step down amid growing pressure to resign following the shooting. And then every acquaintance of his is suggesting that he was a nice person, and the FBI is also covering this. But there is this new leaked information that he tried to attack a school despite being a good person. I mean, how is it even possible? And the FBI is not even covering this incident.
Who was the agent in charge? How long has she been the agent in charge? And what is her Secret Service background?
So I'm not going to provide a name.
Why not? You're here to answer our questions.
Forum. I'm not going to provide names.
The director of the U.S. Secret Service took responsibility for the significant security lapses ahead of the assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump. However, she declined to answer questions directly, leading to frustration among lawmakers from both parties who demanded her resignation. Kimberly Cheatle, who resisted calls to step down, told the House Oversight and Accountability Committee that the shooting represented the most serious operational failure by the Secret Service in over 4 decades. The Secret Service's solemn mission is to protect our nation's leaders. On July 13th, we failed, Cheatle said, speaking in Washington, D.C. under subpoena. As the director of the United States Secret Service, I take full responsibility for any security lapse. At the rally in Butler, PA, the shooting resulted in an injury to Trump's right ear, the death of a local firefighter, and injuries to 2 other attendees. Kimberly Cheatle faced over 4 hours of intense questioning on Monday, with lawmakers focusing on 2 main issues: how such a serious threat to a former president and current candidate occurred under her watch, and whether she should keep her job.
You stated in your testimony, you said, I am here today to answer your questions.
That is correct.
Answer the question.
I'm not going to provide names of our personnel.
Why not?
Today.
The American people are demanding these answers from you today, Ms. Cheatle.
Throughout her testimony, Cheatle repeatedly avoided providing specific details about the security lapses or directly answering questions about the agency's tactics. Instead, she deferred to the ongoing FBI investigation and the Secret Service's internal review. Committee members grew increasingly frustrated with her refusal to give clear answers, with some shaking their heads, laughing out loud, and speaking over her. Their frustration was evident in comments like, "Why are you here?" and "Are you serious?" Representative Mike Turner, emphasizing the gravity of the situation, said, "Because Donald Trump is alive, you look incompetent." He added, "If Donald Trump had been killed, you would have looked culpable," and called on President Joe Biden to fire Cheatle if she did not step down. In a particularly heated exchange during the hearing, Republican Representative Nancy Mace asked Kimberly Cheatle if she wanted to use her 5 minutes of questioning to draft her resignation. Cheatle declined, which led to Mace's frustration boiling over. "You're full of today," Mace said, prompting a brief reminder about decorum in the House. "You are being dishonest or lying. These are important questions that the American people want answers to, and you're just dodging." Cheatle did not respond. Recently, whistleblowers have leaked information revealing significant failures by law enforcement before Thomas Matthew Crooks, 20, had a clear shot at Trump from a warehouse roof about 150 meters from the candidate's podium in Butler, PA. Cheatle admitted that the warehouse was not included in the agency's established perimeter at the rally, even though it was within AR-15 range and had been flagged as a vulnerability days earlier. She did not explain why the building was outside the secure zone, or why no agent was stationed on the roof where Crooks was.
To my knowledge, he did not fly the drone over the entire area.
How did he fly a drone over the area, period? Any part of the area?
Again, I would have to go back and check the timeline of when that took place and when the event.
Why didn't you bring the timeline with you today to answer our questions?
I don't have all of the answers on the timelines based on the criminal investigation.
When asked about a Washington Post report indicating that the gunman had flown a drone over the fairgrounds on the day of shooting, Cheatle said she couldn't confirm whether the Secret Service had conducted a similar flight. She also stated that she doesn't usually sign off on security plans personally and did not do so for the rally. Republican Representative James Comer, chair of the Oversight Committee, stated, "This tragedy was preventable and firmly believes that Cheatle needs to step down. The Secret Service has a zero-fail mission, but it failed on July 13th, and in the days leading up to the rally," Comer said during his opening statement on Monday. "The Secret Service has thousands of employees and a significant budget, but it has now become the face of incompetence. Under Director Cheatle, we question whether anyone is safe, whether it's President Biden, the First Lady, the White House, or presidential candidates," Comer added. Cheatle resisted calls to resign, asserting that she would remain in her position to oversee the internal investigation. "I think that I'm the best person to lead the Secret Service at this time," she said. She also acknowledged that the agency had denied some security requests from Trump's campaign at his events in the years prior to the assassination attempt, but claimed that no such request was denied for the Butler rally. Prior to the shooting, local law enforcement had observed Crooks pacing around the edges of the rally and using a rangefinder.
Would it surprise you that Crooks worked for the Secret Service as an intern type of deal? We'll see.
to peer at the rooftops behind the stage where Trump later stood. Officials said an image of Crooks was circulated among officers stationed outside the security perimeter. Witnesses later saw him climbing up the side of a squat manufacturing building that was within 135 meters from the stage. He then set up his AR-style rifle and lay on the rooftop, a detonator in his pocket to set off crude explosive devices that were stashed in his car parked nearby. A local firefighter was killed in the shooting, and 2 more men were injured. Crooks was shot dead by the Secret Service, so Kimberly declined to provide specifics on security lapses, which can suggest that there was more than meets the eyes. And then reps as Sheila Jackson's death, especially so soon after her involvement with the Secret Service oversight, definitely raised some eyebrows. The timing is uncanny, just 6 days after the attack on Trump. It feels like something out of a political thriller, doesn't it? Now, this is where the investigators seem to be failing. Federal authorities are still investigating what may have prompted the gunman to carry out the shooting, but so far, they say it appears he acted alone. The FBI is investigating whether the shooter was motivated by a violent extremist ideology or had any association with additional plotters or co-conspirators, according to an FBI and Department of Homeland Security bulletin sent to law enforcement Monday and obtained by CBS News. We do not currently have an identified motive, said Kevin Rojek, FBI Pittsburgh special agent in charge, at a briefing late Saturday, and President Biden said the shooter's motives were still unclear in an address from the Oval Office the following night. There is no place in America for this kind of violence, for any violence, ever.
That's the rumor, and they have pictures of the director of Secret Service with Crooks. So hopefully it gets to it in this video.
Period. No exceptions. We can't allow this violence to become normalized, Mr. Biden said. The political rhetoric in this country has gotten very heated. It's time to cool it down. We all have a responsibility to do that.
Was this a colossal failure?
It was a failure.
Yes or no? Was it a colossal failure is the question. Yes or no?
I love the lady.
There was one thing that was positive about this attack, and that was Trump was not harmed heavily. Trump said in a social media post that a bullet pierced the upper part of his right ear. He was checked at a local hospital before leaving the area under Secret Service protection and flying to New Jersey late Saturday night. His son, Eric Trump, told CBS News on Wednesday that his father didn't have stitches but had a nice flesh wound. However, still, this attack raises many questions on the management and his security team as well. The shooting is a very poor example. The wounding of a former US president by an untrained amateur does not reflect well on the Secret Service. According to the information currently available, a combination of routine high security levels, slow response to information, and possible negligence occurred. The US Secret Service reports that both the former and current presidents are constantly threatened. These threats are taken seriously, and the highly dynamic threat environment is continuously assessed and responded to. Constant high alert can dull vigilance, and from a bodyguard's perspective, this was a pointless event in some remote area. The situation is somewhat similar to the case of Slovak Prime Minister Robert Fico, who was also targeted in a seemingly peaceful, sleepy town. The bodyguards have already stated that the local police failed because they did not carefully check the outer perimeter. However, it is clear that securing such events is only possible through cooperation. And now another theory is lurking around that Cheetle might be handled by Joe Biden because she has worked with him, and mainly, she was hired as director by Biden. Prior to her time at PepsiCo, she had served with the Secret Service for more than 25 years, including on Biden's security detail while he was vice president. In a statement announcing her appointment, Biden said he had complete trust in Cheetle, to whom in 2021 he bestowed a Presidential Rank Award, which honors exceptional performance as a high-ranking federal civil servant. When Kim served on my security detail when I was vice president, we came to trust her judgment and counsel, Biden said. She is a distinguished law enforcement professional with exceptional leadership skills and was easily the best choice to lead the agency at a critical moment for the Secret Service. Cheetle is one of only 2 women to ever serve as director of the Secret Service. Previously, she had been the first woman to serve as the agency's assistant director of protective operations. In a 2022 interview with the trade publication Security Magazine, Cheetle reflected on being a woman in the Secret Service. That achievement in a male-dominated industry was not lost on me.
That's what's being said. I'm trying to find all the evidence for you because you know I come with receipts. So
Cheetle said, I kept a photo on my desk of the first 5 women sworn into the service, and I used that to remind me that these women created opportunities for me and I can help others grow and lead as well. So on the basis of this fact, people are speculating that he might be behind the attack. But first, let's talk about negligence of Secret Service.
Was this a colossal failure?
It was a failure.
Yes or no? Was it a colossal failure is the question. Yes or no? I have admitted this is.
There was a silver lining to the attack. Former President Donald Trump was not severely injured. Trump reported on social media that a bullet grazed the upper part of his right ear. After being examined at a local hospital, he left the area under Secret Service protection and flew to New Jersey late Saturday night. His son, Eric Trump, told CBS News on Wednesday that while his father did not require stitches, he sustained a nice flesh wound. To bolster security, Trump's Secret Service detail was augmented with additional resources due to his extensive campaigning. This included extra manpower, counter-sniper teams, drones, and robotic dogs. On the day of the attack, 4 counter-sniper teams were deployed, and at least a dozen additional police officers and sheriff's deputies assisted the Secret Service and Pennsylvania State Police with rally security, as reported by the Associated Press. In addition, Trump's teleprompter is equipped with protective features, and the flag and podium banners are constructed from steel, according to a law enforcement official. On Sunday morning, U.S. Secret Service spokesperson Anthony Guglielmi stated that the agency recently enhanced the former president's security detail with additional protective resources and capabilities. He denied any claims that the agency had declined a request for increased security, calling such suggestions absolutely false. The U.S. Secret Service takes threats seriously and acts accordingly based on those threats, Guglielmi said. We are continually assessing the evolving threat environment and responding as needed. Despite these measures, the attack raises significant concerns about security management. The wounding of a former U.S. president by an untrained individual reflects poorly on the Secret Service. Current information suggests that a combination of routine security procedures, delayed responses to information, and potential negligence may have contributed to the incident. The U.S. Secret Service reports that both former and current presidents face ongoing threats, which are taken very seriously. The agency continuously assesses and responds to the highly dynamic threat environment. However, constant high alert can sometimes lead to lapses in vigilance, and from a bodyguard's perspective, the attack in a seemingly remote area might have seemed less concerning. This situation parallels the attack on Slovak Prime Minister Robert Fico in a quiet, peaceful town. The bodyguards have criticized the local police for failing to thoroughly check the outer perimeter. Effective security at such events requires close cooperation between agencies. According to released information, both police and bodyguards were informed of a person with a rifle on a roof. However, this information was either delayed in its verification or initially dismissed as not credible, which proved to be a costly mistake. Following the assassination attempt, rumors circulated suggesting that the shooting was possible due to a lack of additional resources for Trump's protection. It was reported that a member of Trump's security team had requested extra security, but this claim was denied by the Secret Service and the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. On June 14th, the U.S. Secret Service confirmed that they had recently enhanced the former president's security detail with additional protective resources and capabilities. The skills and background of the assailant, Thomas Matthew Crooks, seemed inadequate for such an attack. A solitary student who faced bullying and was rejected from a school shooting club due to poor skills, Crooks nonetheless managed to target one of the most protected individuals in the world. Given the incident and Crooks' background, there were concerns that he could have become a school shooter. This situation highlights the broader responsibilities of the Secret Service in national risk mitigation, including monitoring and addressing potential threats from individuals with concerning profiles. After the shooting began, the Secret Service sniper team shot the attacker. However, the former president was injured, one person was killed, and 2 others at the event were seriously wounded. The shooter chose a side position, which was very clever, as people usually move side to side while speaking, not back and forth. This restriction is set by the podium. Videos show Trump turning his head just before the shot, which is probably what saved him. As a result, the bullet grazed his ear, and bodyguards were able to take the former president away. Reportedly, Trump refused to be carried off, as it would have left a poor impression. During the evacuation, it was noticeable that the exit from the stage was relatively uncomfortable.
Bodyguards, Secret Service. That's their name, Secret Service. They might be bodyguards, but their name is Secret Service.
And narrow. The lack of a quick and smooth evacuation route indicates that the event was probably not considered a high priority one. Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheatle is facing the biggest crisis of her tenure. She is a longtime Secret Service employee who briefly worked in the private sector before returning to the agency as director at President Biden's invitation. Chance plays a significant role, and catching a lone actor is naturally very difficult. However, considering the shooter's background, he should not have had any any opportunity. The incident means the Secret Service director's position is unstable, and the same goes for Assistant Director Michael Platte, who is responsible for bodyguard operations. Unfortunately, one must be accountable for one's subordinates, and in such exceptional events, there are many who demand blood. Moreover, in the viral video related to this incident, it is seen that as soon as the firing started, the Secret Service agents covered Trump from all sides. During this time, some female agents wearing black suits and dark glasses were also seen guarding Donald Trump.
Was this tragedy preventable, yes or no?
Yes.
Has the Secret Service been transparent with this committee?
Yes.
These women took Trump down from the stage and safely took him to the car. During this time, these female agents stood in front of Trump like a shield without caring for their lives. But now, these female agents are on target. According to private reports, some people have alleged that the female agents involved in the Secret Service are the real culprits of the attack on Trump. Biden connected to Trump's shooter.
We are learning also more about the shooter's search history, along with images of former President Trump and current President Joe Biden. The shooter searched for the dates of the upcoming DNC coming up in August in Chicago.
And some pictures found in his computer suggest that he might be controlled by some upper hand or Trump's opponent. Had photos on his phone of the former Republican president, President Joe Biden, and other officials, including Attorney General Merrick Garland and FBI Director Chris Wray, according to two people familiar with the matter. Investigators searching Thomas Matthew Crook's devices have also found that the shooter looked up the dates for the Democratic National Convention as well as Trump's appearances, according to the people who spoke to the Associated Press on the condition of anonymity to discuss details of the ongoing probe. At least once, his browsing history showed signs of him being worried about his own mental state. During private briefings, FBI officials and the head of the Secret Service gave lawmakers the most detailed look yet at the would-be assassin, Thomas Matthew Crooks. Crooks, who has no criminal history or clear political beliefs, came close to killing Trump, but no clear motive has emerged. This official take lines up with what people who knew him remember. Several old classmates said they never heard him talk about any particular political ideology. Vincent Taormina, a former classmate who went to middle and high school with Crooks, mentioned that Crooks had a general dislike for politicians from both parties. Vincent recalled a time in 7th grade during a classroom political debate when he voiced his support for Trump, and Crooks seemed incredulous. He says, "Aren't you Hispanic and you like Trump?" Mr. Taormina said. He said, "That's a little stupid." Mr. Taormina brushed off the encounter and didn't have many other interactions with Mr. Crooks. However, he disagreed with other classmates' claims that Crooks had been bullied or was a loner, saying he was smart and had his own small group of friends. "I didn't know him personally or as a friend, but he wasn't bullied and he wasn't a recluse," Mr. Taormina said. Since the shooting on Saturday, the FBI has been going through Mr. Crooks's possessions, including 2 phones and at least 1 laptop, looking for clues about his motive. So far, they haven't found any sign that Crooks, who was a registered Republican, had strong political views in either direction, FBI officials told lawmakers. The FBI hasn't found any evidence of co-conspirators or connections to foreign actors, according to 2 top bureau officials. During tense calls, House and Senate members demanded answers about the nearly catastrophic failure to safeguard Trump. The investigation is proving tricky. Officials mentioned that they were looking into an account with Mr. Crooks's name on the gaming platform Steam, which had posted about making a premiere on July 13th, the day of the shooting. However, that now seems to have been fake, law enforcement officials said.
Thomas Crooks flew a drone, a commercially available drone, over the site, which perhaps could have helped him plan his attack.
A more significant development concerned the shooter's state of mind. Officials told lawmakers there were signs that the gunman, who led a quiet life and worked at a nursing home near his house, might have been struggling with depression. They pointed out some searches on one of his cell phones, revealing that he had looked up major depressive disorder, according to people on the calls, and another briefed on the contents. Over the last few months, the gunman received multiple packages, some marked hazardous material, according to a federal law enforcement memo obtained by the New York Times. After discovering 3 explosive devices connected to him, 1 in his home and 2 in his car parked near the rally, federal officials reviewed his shipping history. Investigators found that 2 improvised explosive devices in his car used a radio-controlled initiation system intended for commercial fireworks demonstrations. Seems like federal law enforcement officials are puzzled and frustrated by the lack of evidence on the gunman's 2 phones. 1 phone was found by his body on the roof of a warehouse outside the rally's security perimeter, and the other was discovered during a search of his house. FBI officials on the call calls mentioned that the gunman's search history showed a broad interest in powerful and famous people without any clear ideological or partisan pattern. Besides Trump and Biden, the gunman also searched for FBI Director Christopher A. Wray, Attorney General Merrick B. Garland, and a member of the British royal family, according to two officials who spoke anonymously. Wray, who was also on the calls, cautioned that the investigation was still in its early stages. The lack of any political or ideological information at the house Mr. Crooks shared with his parents was notable, a top bureau official told lawmakers, as most people who carry out acts of political violence tend to leave a trail of political views. But all this evidence, like him receiving hazardous materials and pictures of Biden in his computer, means someone is behind this attack. In a bold statement to his donors on Monday, President Joe Biden declared that he is done talking about the debate, urging the Democratic Party to refocus on the real challenge ahead, Donald Trump. With the political landscape increasingly fraught with distractions, Biden emphasized the need for unity and clarity within the party. He urged his supporters to set aside internal squabbles and concentrate on confronting the former president's influence and policies. Biden's call to action reflects a strategic pivot, aiming to galvanize the party as they navigate the complexities of the upcoming election cycle. We need to move forward. Look, we have roughly 40 days till the convention, 120 days till the election. We can't waste any more time being distracted, Biden said in a private call with donors on Monday, according to a recording obtained by Politico. I have one job, and that's to beat Donald Trump. I'm absolutely certain I'm the best person to be able to do that. So we're done talking about the debate. It's time to put Trump in a bullseye, Biden said. President Joe Biden recently delivered a forceful message to hundreds of top Democratic donors and bundlers in the National Finance Committee, underscoring his determination to solidify party unity amid growing internal dissent. This message, part of a broader strategy to address emerging fractures within the Democratic Party, highlights the urgency with which Biden and his allies are responding. Compounding the political intrigue, recent developments suggest potential Democratic involvement in the recent assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump. The FBI's ongoing investigation has uncovered links between the shooter and Democratic affiliations, adding complexity and controversy to an already tense political landscape. These revelations have intensified scrutiny on the Democratic Party, sparking debates about ideological extremism and the potential for political violence within mainstream politics. Biden's proactive communication to his supporters and congressional colleagues underscores his commitment to maintaining control and cohesion within the party. Meanwhile, the unfolding investigation into the assassination attempt on Trump raises critical questions about the intersection of political rivalry and security. As these events evolve, the Democratic Party faces significant challenges in navigating internal divisions and addressing the broader implications of these startling developments.
Bottom line is, the Trump rally was a rally that he should have been able to be conducted peacefully without any problem. But the idea that there's political violence or violence in America like this is just unheard of. It's just not appropriate.
Several donors who participated in the call described President Biden as forceful and strong. During the meeting, he took 4 questions, one of which focused on his plans for the next debate. In response, Biden outlined his strategy with a succinct and assertive declaration: attack, 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 according to one of the participants on the call. This aggressive stance highlights Biden's determination to confront his opponents head-on and underscores his commitment to a vigorous campaign as he seeks to galvanize support and maintain his leadership position within the Democratic Party. Biden repeated multiple times that he would not be leaving the race. I'm telling you, I'm not going anywhere, folks. I'm in this to the end, and I'm going to beat Trump. I promise you. He touted the grassroots support he observed during his 10-day cross-country tour following the debate, which took him from Georgia to Wisconsin to Pennsylvania. Throughout the tour, he witnessed enthusiastic backing from local communities, reinforcing his campaign's momentum. Biden also expressed his gratitude to his donors for their unwavering support, acknowledging their crucial role in sustaining his efforts and propelling his campaign forward. I appreciate you hanging in there with me. I realize you're getting a lot of heat, he said. Instead of airing public concerns about his campaign, Biden argued that the party should focus its ire on Trump. He criticized the former president for having gotten away with doing nothing for the last 10 days days, except driving around in his golf cart, bragging about scores he doesn't score. Biden emphasized that Democrats needed to concentrate on the real issues at stake, such as what Trump would do to abortion rights, Medicare, Social Security, and prescription drug prices if re-elected. Despite Biden's call to unity and his strategic focus on Trump, lingering concern and frustration persist within the high-dollar donor community about Biden's ability to beat Trump in the upcoming November election. These doubts underscore the challenges Biden faces in reassuring his base and securing the confidence of his most influential supporters. So all these reports and rumors suggest that the attack was really interconnected, and no one can finally guess who was actually behind it. Maybe some upper hands are using people to eliminate Trump, and Kimberly was also their target. Who knows?
What do you guys think about that? They have pictures of the director with Crooks. That's why I said he might have been an intern, maybe at PepsiCo. This is breaking news and it's still unfolding. So with that said, you know, we want to keep on it and watch it.
Believe me, if I started murdering people,
Show you where it shows it. What is this?
It's not uncommon for killers to have specific rituals to be performed just before the kill. It appears that Thomas Crooks may have been one of such killers. Although he didn't succeed in his mission, Thomas did manage to claim the life of at least one rally attendee, and now investigators have discovered shocking details about his final acts before the shooting. In this video, I will be sharing with you details of Thomas Crooks' final moments that he didn't intend for the public to find out about. The last thing Thomas Crooks did. In the aftermath of the assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump, the FBI has been carrying out an extensive investigation into the shooter's life to figure out a motive for his actions. While trying to establish a motive, the FBI have now uncovered the last thing 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks did before he attempted to assassinate the former president. As investigators began looking into Crooks' background, they uncovered a disturbing online history. The FBI gained access to Crooks' encrypted Samsung phone, revealing that his final internet search before the attack was for pornography. Initial attempts to unlock the phone at the Pittsburgh field office had failed, prompting agents to fly the device to Quantico for further examination. The discovery of Crooks' last internet search being for porn raised questions about his state of mind and what could have driven him to commit such a heinous act. While it might seem like a wild and unrelated detail, it fits into a broader pattern observed in other mass shooters. Law enforcement officials noted that other notorious killers had similarly disturbing online histories. For example, one school shooter had images of child abuse on his phone, and Al-Qaeda suspects have been found to have made extremely disturbing pornography searches. This pattern suggested that Crooks's search for adult content was not an isolated incident, but part of a wider trend among individuals who commit mass violence. It raised questions about the role of the internet in the activities of individuals that carry out violent crimes. This pattern of pornography-related violence was seen in Sandy Hook Elementary School shooter Adam Lanza. Lanza, a 20-year-old man with a history of severe mental health issues, embarked on a deadly rampage that would leave 27 people dead, including 20 children, and shock the entire world. December 14th, 2012 began like any other for Nancy, Lanza, Adam's mother. She was in bed at their home in Newtown when Adam entered her room with a .22 caliber rifle. Without any warning, he shot her 4 times in the head, killing her instantly. This brutal act marked the beginning of a series of horrific events that would unfold over the next few hours. Sometime after 9:35 a.m., Adam made his way to the school, armed with a Bushmaster XM15 E2S rifle, a Glock 20SF semi-automatic pistol, a Sig Sauer P226 semi-automatic pistol, and hundreds of rounds of ammunition. All of these weapons had been legally purchased by his mother. Lanza parked his car near the entrance of the school and approached the locked front doors. Using the Bushmaster rifle, he shot his way through the glass doors, creating a path for himself to enter the building. The sound of gunfire immediately alerted the staff and students students inside, but there was little time to react. As Lanza made his way into the school, he encountered the principal, Dawn Hochsprung, and the school psychologist, Mary Sherlach, who had come into the hallway to investigate the noise. Without hesitation, Lanza opened fire, killing both women instantly. Lanza then proceeded to classroom 10, where he encountered teacher Victoria Soto and her students. Soto had tried to hide her students in a closet, but Lanza found them. He shot and killed Soto before turning his weapon on the children. 6-year-old Jesse Lewis was among the students in the classroom. Despite being grazed by a bullet fragment, Jesse displayed incredible bravery by telling his classmates to run. His actions saved the lives of several children, but he was ultimately shot and killed by Lanza. In classroom 8, the scene was equally devastating. Lanza entered the room and began shooting. He killed teacher Lauren Rousseau, her assistant Rachel Davino, and 15 children. The carnage in this classroom was overwhelming, with investigators later recovering 80 spent shell casings from the scene. As the first police officers arrived at the school, Lanza's rampage came to an end. Realizing that law enforcement was closing in, he took his own life with a Glock semi-automatic pistol. He was found with 253 live rounds on his person, and the Bushmaster rifle was nearby, its safety set to fire. Lanza's body was discovered wearing a pale green pocket vest over a black polo-style short-sleeve shirt, black cargo pocket pants, black socks, black sneakers, a black canvas belt, and black fingerless gloves. Eerily similar to those worn by Dylan Klebold during the Columbine High School massacre. The aftermath of the Sandy Hook shooting was a scene of unimaginable horror. 20 children, all between the ages of 6 and 7, had lost their lives, along with 6 adult staff members. In the days and weeks that followed, investigators worked tirelessly to piece together the events leading up to the shooting and to understand what had driven Adam Lanza to commit such a heinous act. They discovered that Lanza had a history of severe mental health issues, including Asperger's syndrome, obsessive-compulsive disorder, OCD, and other sensory issues. Despite recommendations for medication and therapy, he had refused to engage in any suggested treatments. Law enforcement officials conducted a thorough search of Lanza's home, hoping to uncover clues that might explain his motivations. What they found was a number of disturbing materials that shed light on Lanza's state of mind. Among the items discovered in his room were documents and writings that advocated for the rights of pedophiles. While these materials did not include inappropriate content, the documents suggested a deeply troubling preoccupation with the topic. One of the most shocking discoveries was a 5-second video dramatization of children being shot. This clip, found among Lanza's possessions, seemed to serve as a twisted form of gratification for him, akin to what inappropriate content might represent for a pedophile. The video, combined with Lanza's obsession with violent video games like School Shooter, painted a picture of a young man who derived some form of satisfaction from the depiction of violence against children. Investigators also found a collection of writings and online communications that revealed his fascination with these dark subjects. He frequented online forums and chat rooms where he engaged in discussions about mass shootings, firearms, and pedophilia. These interactions provided a disturbing insight into Lanza's mindset and the communities that may have reinforced his twisted beliefs. In addition to his online activities, Lanza's writings also provided a window into his troubled mind. He wrote extensively about topics such as human nature, perception, judgment, morality, and mental illness. While some of his writings were surprisingly lyrical, others were filled with graphic depictions of violence and death. Another killer who consumed an unhealthy amount of sexual content is Howell Donaldson. On October 9th, 2017, the tranquility of the Seminole Heights neighborhood was shattered by the brutal murder of Benjamin Mitchell. Mitchell, a 19-year-old college student, was waiting at a bus stop when he was gunned down in cold blood. Just 5 days later, the body of Monica Hoffer was discovered in a vacant lot. Hoffer, a 32-year-old woman, had been walking to meet a friend when she was ambushed and killed. The randomness of the killings made it clear that no one was safe, and the residents of Seminole Heights began to live in a state of constant.
Anyway, there's just a lot that we go through. A lot of things happening. So awful. Yeah, so sad. There's just a lot, guys. I want to go back to, even though I might have pissed Carrie off, I don't care. We all know I go with receipts, so I wasn't trying to piss her off, but she's asked me before to cover this. I've been trying to cover it. Behind the scenes, I've been covering it. And all I can say is, I can't let you make blatant remarks without proof to back it up. Send me that proof, I'll be happy to show it. want to show you where he actually worked on the first 48. This guy used to, this guy out of Kansas City, he used to be our guy. I got to share this. This used to be one of our newscasters, the guy on the left.
Yeah, that is right. You know, in many ways, though, it is related.
You're from Wichita, you reckon?
Fox 4's Jacob Kittelstadt is live now from the Dole Federal Courthouse in KCK. So, Jake, this civil lawsuit is separate from the criminal charges Golubski faces.
Yeah, that is right. You know, in many ways, though, it is related. Those federal civil rights charges, according to one attorney who's involved, really push forward this new lawsuit that details the stories of 5 women.
And all the time, he going around raping women, black women, and nobody doing anything about it.
Ophelia Williams chooses to be public about her run-ins with now former Kansas City, Kansas detective Roger Golubski. And in new court documents, her story provides what attorneys write is a cross-section of behavior terrorizing the community. She says Golubski raped her multiple times over a number of years following her twin son's arrests.
I cried like 10 years straight, every day.
Her story, among 4 others, highlights the accusations that others must have not only known about, but permitted Golubski's conduct. Kansas City, Kansas police chiefs going back to the 90s are named in the lawsuit, as well as the unified government. Williams says even now, she still feels threatened.
And I'm kind of scared when we go to court that I got to relive it all over again.
Now, the unified government and KCKPD have declined to comment as this is pending litigation. There's still a long way to go in this case. And even those criminal charges against Golubski, you know, that is a long way off as well, John. There's been little movement, even though those charges were filed about a year ago.
Jacob Kittelstadt live in downtown Kansas City, Kansas. Jake, thanks.
There you go. I'm going to get off here for the day. I was trying to find some of the episodes of him from. Oh, this was good. This one was good. How long is this?
I would have to come down to the police station headquarters, go to the front desk, and then I guess they would call back, and then he would come out and get me. So we can leave and go get in a car. That was his lunch break, but we would go to his house so he can do the oral sex on me. When he called, I had to show up. It was like I didn't have no choice. I knew he was blackmailing me, but I didn't know how to tell somebody really for real. But I knew he was blackmailing me.
Mika Hobbs first encountered Kansas City, Kansas police captain Roger Golubski in January of 2006. She was 26 at the time and had just been released from the hospital after being thrown through her shower door by her boyfriend. There was no reason for the homicide captain to be investigating an aggravated battery, and according to court records, he had nothing to do with the investigation. But because he knew there were drugs in the house, Mika felt blackmailed into having sex with him. For years, she says, he took her on creepy rides to his home in Edwardsville and through other parts of Wyandotte County that she agreed to visit again on camera.
Just the area. You see my route? There's nobody on this route. This is the route we used to take. Nobody around. This was a whole street that we went down. My mama told me never to go on this street growing up.
Barriers now block this stretch of Brown Avenue east of 21st Street. The sloping road that Golubski would creep along with her is overgrown and impassable.
He never drove fast. He just like cruise through here. He would just act like he was just driving, looking around as we rode through here. He had a stack of pictures just on his dash. Some of them were Polaroid, some of them were obituaries, some of them were just pictures of women in jail, just mugshot. He was just asking me, did I know him? These women are way older than me, like old enough to be my mama. Majority of the women that he showed me had red lipstick on, and we all kept our hair similar. All our hair was similar. The women's that he showed me, he said that those are cases that he had. Some of these women that he was showing me that he said he had cases, I thought they were just victims like me. Along my ride, he would make me feel on him and put my hand between his legs, and he would ask me about just certain women. And then he asked me what I know about them apartments, Delaware apartments. I don't know nothing about them. My uncle just stayed there.
The Delavan apartments were the alleged site of a sex trafficking ring operated by Cecil Brooks, Golubsky, and 2 other men. They're only a short distance from another stop the detective always made in the area, the overlook at the historic Quindaro ruins.
When we came up, we come through here, but we always pass this right here. Come up through there. Right here, he'll pull out more pictures. And he asked me, did I know certain women? Nothing but women. Women victims, or they could have been dead, they could have been alive, but they were all women.
Golubsky's route with Mika Hobbs also took them north on 18th Street. Just before the road dead ends at the Kansas River, he'd turn into the Memorial Park Cemetery.
Go this way. It's back here.
And drive to the children's burial section on the northeast edge of it.
Going straight on back. Every time he took me on my route, we cruised through here. He slowed down, glanced over here, once again put my hand between his legs, and then he would just slowly drive off. But he always glanced over here.
Yeah.
Now look at the rest of the fence. I think there are people that he did something to back there, because you're just not gonna keep taking me on the same route. Then you're not just gonna keep asking me about pictures, I'd be thinking about the women. Why would he ask me about a certain woman? Well, maybe that's one of the women he did something to her right here.
What would closure look like at this point?
Closure would look like at this point, it'll be a big relief, because my kids know that it wasn't me. He had a high-ranked position. That was to keep people safe and to protect people. But now he used that against he used it. It's a lot more women that they scared to come, but not I.
There's so much more we can cover on this. With that said, I'm out of here. Waiting for the hubby to get home. I've got a few things to do. Oh, I do want to show you where he was on the first 48 hours. Like, just because he was on TV, does that make him exempt? I don't think so. Let's see, the first 48 hours with Golubsky, from KCK. Let me see if I can find it that way. I've looked into this for a while. see. Let me play this real quick.
Judge says that she considered his health and other factors in making her decision. But tonight, the people who fought for years to get him behind bars say they think they know what the factors really are. Fox 4's Dave DeMarco is live at the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department tonight to explain. Dave?
Well, simply put, they think that former detective Roger Golubski is getting preferential treatment.
Absolutely.
More Squared celebrated last week when Roger Golubski was indicted by a federal grand jury on 6 charges of deprivation of civil rights and arrested. Court documents say he used his authority as an officer to violate 2 women's civil rights, sexually assaulting them between 1998 and 2002.
That's the only
When
two
he was
that came
released on
forward
house
at the
arrest
time.
today, the organization had this to say.
Golubski's free because he is white. Golubski's free because he's a cop. Golubski's free because our system is racist.
A lawsuit filed in 2018 accused Golubski of forcing a sexual relationship onto then 17-year-old Lamont McIntyre's mother. But she refused. The lawsuit alleged Golubski framed McIntyre for a double murder.
Until that man's behind bars, man, I'm not going to rest, man. I sit in that place for 23 years, man. I don't want revenge. I want accountability.
It's why McIntyre says he couldn't sit in the Topeka federal courtroom a moment longer after the decision was announced. The judge said she considered 16 factors when making her decision. She didn't express as many concerns as attorneys about the retired detective's connections to law enforcement, but did consider his health. The 69-year-old has renal failure, just had a heart bypass this spring, and is insulin dependent.
You look at your justice system again, it work, man. It don't work the same way for everybody. It's still unbalanced.
And he's not
So
at
what does
home.
that house
Not running
arrest mean?
around.
Well, it means he can go to doctor's appointments and to church, meet with his attorney, and Lauren, of course, he will also be able to go to his court hearings.
So crazy, guys. Was granted more time to go over evidence. Let's see here. Trying to find you guys one of the videos from him on the first 48 because he was on there a lot. Other people celebrated his arrest. Letting him remain free before trial. Nobody else gets that treatment. Come on, guys. Missing bodies he could be a part of.
We got like a sisterhood now because of all what we all have been through.
Quinn tells me for decades she's lived in fear of this man, and she says she's not alone.
So many women, and a lot of people are scared. When you talk to them about him, it's like the Grand Reaper have came.
Quinn met Golubski in 1994. Witness to her cousin's murders, she says he threatened and intimidated her into naming an innocent young man as the killer. Lamont McIntyre spent more than 2 decades in prison until Quinn recanted.
Man, you gotta be sorry. You ain't care that no more. That's over with.
He forgave her. She's not forgiven herself.
Because I feel like 29 years ago, I made the wrong decision. Instead of him going to jail, I should have went.
But last week, she says she went to sleep without pills or alcohol for the first time in years. Golubski was on the other side of the law, accused of brutally raping at least 2 women. Quinn and others were at the courthouse Monday.
But I already knew that they were going to let him out because he's one of them.
A judge granted Golubski house arrest as he awaits trial. She's hoping for a conviction from the courts, but not expecting one.
If they don't, he got hell to pay on the other side.
So horrible. Like I said, it used to be on the first 48 all the time. I was trying to find an old. He was hospitalized and they removed his GPS monitoring. That don't happen. So much with this case. Sent 2 innocent men to jail. I'm looking see. 'Cause if you're like me, you're a fan of the first 48 hours.
Before we start the podcast, we should tell you that Overlooked was created for adult audiences. It contains descriptions of violence, death, and sexual acts that might be triggering, so please take care of yourself when listening. Also, if this is your first time listening to Overlooked, go back and start with episode 1. This story is meant to be heard in order.
Previously on Overlooked.
Is there something else you want to say, sir?
Oh, I'd love to, but same instruction. On advice of my attorney, I invoke my Fifth Amendment constitutional rights.
I just, you heard so much about this man, Roger Golubski. I just wanted to know, what does he look like? Who is he?
They said he was a chameleon. He lived 2 different lives.
That wasn't even considered not just unethical, but
Well, that was criminal. Sure.
but no one investigated.
The FBI does not want these cases. It's just a big headache for them. Politically, because they want to be friends with everybody.
And I'm like, you think you could just get in that box and say, Father, forgive me for I have sinned, and you think your sins are wiped away? I said, no, sir. And look at it now. See, karma. Now it's come back to bite them.
Get it.
It's July 2022, and I'm at the front door of Roger Golubski's home in Edwardsville, a suburb outside Kansas City, Kansas. I'm with another investigative reporter, Steve Vachrad, who's been reporting on this story with me. This is your 6th time?
Something like that.
The house is a split-level ranch on a busy highway with drab paint and a double garage. Curtains are pulled. The yard could use a mow.
So I just rang the bell.
We knock, but no one comes to the door. Golubski isn't home or isn't answering.
Bummer.
Did you leave your letter in his mailbox?
I leave the letter I've written with questions for Golubski in his mailbox. I had a lot of questions for the former Kansas City, Kansas police detective. Like, what is Golubski's reaction to Lamont McIntyre getting out of prison 23 years after he, Golubski, sent him there for a crime he didn't commit? Also, what did he have to say about the claims that he sexually assaulted Black women in Kansas City, Kansas? And what about the allegations that he protected drug dealers by using those Black women as confidential informants? All of that's a lot to answer for, right? Well, there's even more to the story. A number of the Black women Golubski is accused of abusing, many of them sex workers, were ultimately found murdered. Their cases were never solved by KCKPD during the time Golubski worked there. Still haven't been, actually. It's a narrative that's been around since the Lamont McIntyre exoneration. Lamont's lawyers sought files and records about several of these women during their lawsuit. They wanted to establish that Golubski and the police department's handling of the McIntyre case wasn't just some anomaly, and to prove that this is how the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department regularly operated. McIntyre's lawyers said in court filings that many of the women on the list were used as informants in Golubski's cases, and their deaths were investigated by him too.
What Lamont McIntyre's lawyers say, and we have the autopsies that certainly back this up in a lot of cases, is that these women were murdered in these just extraordinarily and exceptionally violent ways. And they were acquainted with Roger Golubski.
It's something my colleague Steve Vachrad's been digging into.
one autopsy always stands out to me of a woman who was found, and they counted up to more than 40 stab wounds, which suggests a extremely graphic, extremely troubling, to put it mildly, action that caused this woman's death.
Lamont McIntyre's lawyers explained it even further. In some cases, the women were left with their genitals or breasts exposed,
which points to a sexual assault nature in tandem with these homicides. It's not easy to read, and it's not easy to listen to.
When confronted with this evidence by McIntyre's investigators, Golubski's own attorneys responded by taking it as an implication that he was involved in some of these unsolved murders of Black women in KCK.
And they even wrote this in court filings that they're trying to, quote, prove their claims by investigating and accusing Golubski of committing many other crimes, even going so far as suggesting he is culpable in connection with several unsolved murders. That's their words. That's not ours. That's what Golubski's attorneys are representing in court filings. That's their interpretation of what's going on here.
Now, Golubski's denied any misconduct. In 2017, he told Kansas City's alternative paper that he adamantly denied the assertion that he pursued sex workers, and he hasn't really gone on the record since. But over the last couple of years, I've talked to dozens of people and read court testimony that says otherwise. We also believe the unsolved murders of the women is part of the ongoing FBI investigation into Golubski. And like almost everything involving the years of fallout from the McIntyre case, this is complicated. I'm Peggy Lowe, and this is Overlooked, a podcast from KCUR Studios and NPR's Midwest Newsroom. Former Kansas City, Kansas detective Roger Golubski is associated with a list of murdered women whose cases remain open. Who are these women? How is Golubski connected? And why haven't their cases been solved? So the FBI said he might be connected to the murders of how many people?
Girl, they said a lot, like 25.
On a cloudy afternoon in early March 2021, I met up with an activist named Khadijah Hardaway. I hadn't met Nico Quinn yet, just read a lot about her and how she was one of two eyewitnesses forced to give false testimony in the Lamont McIntyre case. It was Khadijah who introduced us.
Nico Quinn, nice to meet you.
Khadijah founded a group called Justice for Wyandotte. That's a reference to the county where Kansas City, Kansas is located. She and Nico have been working together, trying to get attention for the many women whose murders were never solved and Golubski's connection to them. People are finally paying attention because Lamont McIntyre's case brought all of this out into the open. So we were going to walk around Quindaro Park, but it was too cold and windy. So we all just hopped into Nico's car.
You want to just jump in the car? I'm about to grab my jacket. That's all.
We drive out of the park on winding roads into what looks like the country. There are pastures. They're already green despite the cold. Some old stones are lying in the grass.
Here I was talking about myself. I do believe he is a serial killer. And I do believe there's a lot more to this. Why did a federal judge put him on house arrest? I don't understand that. There's a lot I don't understand. But I would like to follow this further. If anybody else is interested, we could do that during the day. But he's got court in December. They keep putting it off. Sounds like he's really going to court. Listen, I'm a peaceful protester, but my ass will be there. That's a 2-hour drive from me to our capital. But that said, be good to one another. Much love. Treat everybody the way you want to be treated. I have to go somewhere. I don't know when I'll be back, so I don't believe they'll be alive tonight. I hope you have a great Wednesday evening. Again, much love. Carrie, I wasn't trying to dog you. But when I ask for receipts and then you come back out and say I'm calling you a liar, that was not calling you a liar. Just because I want receipts that he smacked you on the ass and did the stuff, that don't mean I'm calling you a liar. It means I want the proof. If you filed something on it, I want the proof. I want to show all the proofs. Okay? Just so you know. I wasn't trying to be rough on you. But, in the same sense, if you're going to threaten me on leaving the channel, leave the channel. I don't get paid to do this channel. Okay? I am not monetized. So, frankly, I love having everybody here. But if you don't want to be here, you don't have to be here. Because I can guarantee you, I won't be the first one or anyone will be begging you to stay. That is for sure. I will never, ever beg somebody to stay on my channel. So I think you got a little snippy for no reason, in my opinion. I'll think about this more tonight and go back over it. But I don't feel where I did anything wrong. I just asked if you reported it, and he got all shitty with me and said I was calling you a liar. I would never call you a liar. Just asking for receipts does not mean I'm calling you a liar. With that said, much love to everybody. I'll catch you later. Have a great, I said Tuesday, didn't I? Have a great Wednesday. Much love.